Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, everyone, this is Friday. This is Friday in the Foxhole. This is where we do all of our RPGs. We are playing right now Night's Black Agent Solo Ops, which is a one-to-one Gumshoe system by Pelgrane Press, and it's brilliant and wonderful, and I love it. And one day we'll have an after action report where we talk about all the details, because this is very, very cool. Just like thinking about it, it's very, very neat. And we are playing. Oh, our images are flipped. You are correct. Let me just fix that. Boom. Ta-da. No longer flipped. We're both flipped. This is a campaign, the conceit of which is that it's sort of like Jason Bourne meets Dracula, where our protagonists are ex-special agents of some sort who've learned that vampires are real, and that does not work out well for them. And then they have to deal with a vampire conspiracy, and without a lot of support, right? So it merges this spy genre and horror in really interesting ways, different than others. And actually, there's a thing, Greg, I know you didn't read it, but I was reading it, and I thought it was really fascinating. In the book itself, it talks about how to craft your own vampires, like how do you craft the lore for them, and how do you put them together. And they talked about what vampires symbolize within the context of the espionage genre, which is that you can't trust anyone, right? Sort of like maybe think about the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right? Like that's the ultimate sort of paranoia, that you are already in a paranoid genre as an agent, right? And the vampire is that sort of the lack of trust. And considering that vampires also can control your mind, sometimes you can't you can't trust yourself. And so like thinking about that was really, really neat way to sort of frame like what it means to marry these two genres together, which I thought was very cool. So I was very excited about that. And we are playing what we're calling Seasons of Death Autumn, starring one of my favorite people to play with, who has told me privately that the thing that he loves the most in all games at all times is playing a combat monster who has no inner world or feelings. He just wants to play someone who just likes to punch people in the face only. And that, like, he talks about how difficult it was in his past. People would be like, come on, role playing. He's like, no, I just want to punch things. Urgh. All that is a lie. But but one of my favorite people, because he's got such a great depth of thought about characters, and he is honest. And that honesty, he does character work, right? That's Greg is one of my favorite people, because Greg does character work, which has always been in my like as a theater person, the thing that I loved the most was character work, where you sat down there and you really thought about who your character was and where they were coming from. And Greg does character work, which means Greg will do what his character will do, even if what his character will do might get him killed. Greg will do it. Like, Greg knows his character and will do those things, and I love that about Greg so very much. And so it is an honor and a joy to be having as my one player for today, Grimjack. Will you say hello and tell us who you're playing, and just say something before we start?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name's Greg, Grimjack21502. Tonight I'll be playing Quinton, Archangel, Gabriel, ex kind of field op from the various agencies. who has stumbled upon the broader and deeper expanse of the supernatural and has now driven himself to follow a thread, one that will hopefully lead him higher and higher on the vampiric food chain, of course, until it is time for him to hand over what he's learned to somebody else, as his blade was handed over to him. So,
ooh. I hope you're excited about what's going to be happening tonight.
oh yeah,
I am. So let's see. Let's do a kind of a nice recap for everybody who's been here. So we have Archangel Gabriel, our agent, who was sort of like a field ops. He's been a little cagey about exactly what he's done. I would say, I imagine he was probably in Delta Force, right? He worked special forces, Green Beret. Probably also worked for the CIA. There's probably a bunch of sort of things he did for the government. So a good sort of field agent who, if I remember correctly, was given a job to go and save the daughter of an ambassador who had been kidnapped by terrorists. And one of your contacts in O'Rourke found the location of where she was being held, which was in a crypt. This was in Istanbul, around that area. And you went in, and there was no ambassador's daughter there.
there was not.
There was a creature who you came to know as Sinclair, who destroyed it, killed everyone. You escaped. Sinclair then killed your family, almost all of them, in a way to implicate you and also freak you out, perhaps. Little did you know, or little did Sinclair know, that led to you becoming the hunter, not the hunted. And you tracked Sinclair down, and you killed him. As far as you know. Although, now you know that may not be true. On the way to kill Sinclair, you did a lot of investigations. You killed some other vampires. Some of those, when you killed them, they turned to dust. Sinclair turned to mist. But you're still trying to figure out what happened, right? And that brought you to Prague, where you went into a crypt that you knew Sinclair had interest in, that you'd found from his basement suite in an expensive hotel in Paris when you killed him. And you went to this place and you saw these cultists trying to sort of raise or control this creature that came out of this crypt, which you suspect was some kind of old alchemist, somehow brought back or ensorcelled in some kind of a way, and that creature, the Glog, as it was called, escaped into the night, and those cultists left, and you found out that a reporter had been put on your trail, Helen Slane, and this reporter had a lot of evidence to connect you to human trafficking, where people go missing, and because you had been investigating these vampires, or trying to find Sinclair, and she had photographs of you in many of these places where, let's be fair, people did go missing in many of these places because you were on the search for vampires. She does not know this, although she does now because you told her. And she was certain that you were a human trafficker and that she was going to expose you and ruin your day. And you were able to, by surveilling her, searching her, following her up, find out that the person who was her big contact was the same O'Rourke who put you on the path to finding Sinclair, and, as it seems, freeing Sinclair from a crypt that probably he could not have gotten out of had you not gone in there and broken various seals, unbeknownst to you. And you have convinced her that maybe O'Rourke is not a good person, and maybe there's some problems here. And you have also convinced her to come with you to Malta. Why Malta? Because you followed up on these cultists. You found out that they're obsessed with this text called the Goat Path by this guy, Cyril Cafone, who probably is older than is possible. And, he wrote this book all about sin and getting rid of morality, and then you can live forever. Strange little occult book. And that, they were trying to go and sort of pick up this creature. And you learned that they were getting money from Musil and Sons, who's an old sort of banking concern, accounting firm, around for quite some time. And this company, according to your Helen Slane from her own work, is involved in this money laundering and human trafficking situation. They were routing money to all sorts of people, including a church in Malta, St. Sylvester's, which, as it turns out, you have learned through your investigations, those cultists were able to recapture the Glog, and they shipped it to this church, St. Sylvester's in Malta, under the guise of pieces of, like, church debris, right? You know, church pieces of, like, church ruins, you know, masonry, cement, statuary, you know, things used to sort of fix up a church. So you know that the Glog, that you missed him, has been sent to this church in Malta. You know that Musil and Sons, this accounting firm, who is clearly used in some kind of like funneling funds, one way or the other, including, if I recall correctly, please tell me if I'm wrong, you've seen some photographs there in Musil and Sons that indicate that they worked with somebody who looks a lot like Sinclair and some woman, which seems distressing because that means he's not dead. Not dead at all. Problematic. You also found that there was a bomb planted in that place, which you were able to detonate. And it did not seem to you as if that bomb was meant to destroy you, but destroy that entire building and all of its documentation, probably whoever was working there. Somebody seems to be wanting to clean up after themselves. Who? Unclear. But you have the phone, so you might be able to trace it. And you know that there have been rats that have been watching you and this whole situation. There's been some surveillance going on. You don't know who or why, but you have multiple sort of bits of shadow hanging about. Did I miss anything?
I think we're relatively caught up. The only thing that I think we ended in the room with Helen Slane's.
Yes.
And
yes.
We had both agreed to go to Malta to chase our respective threads.
Because she was very good friends with an ambassador's daughter who went missing, and she was certain to human trafficking. Because in a world where vampires are not real, when people go missing like that, what else could it be? What else could it be indeed? So I thought we'd just note a couple of things, because I feel like it's important. In this game, we have a number of cards that you all can see here, and I'm going to just point out two of them because I feel like they're important. You have two contacts at the moment. You have Zelenka, who's an eccentric occult expert, a grave digger, who is in Prague. You also have Helen Slane. Where is she right now? Oh, I know she's around here somewhere. You have Robin, who is your computer, remote operational battlefield intelligence network. Yes.
Real-time orbital battlefield intelligence.
Thank you. Real-time orbital battlefield intelligence. You have Helen Slane, and I'm going to talk about contacts in a second, just to make you feel a little uncomfortable, which I'm feeling really good about. It's going to be awesome. You have some problems. I thought I'd bring them up for you because you might need to think about them. You had this castle dream, right? A strangely vivid dream of walking over rocky sun-baked hills and up a goat path. Yes. There was someone walking just behind you, beside you, but you couldn't see his face, only his glowing red eyes. There was some kind of vampire in your dreams, and you don't quite know what that means. You have this other problem, which is dark thoughts. You keep thinking about dead things, and you feel sort of half dead yourself. There's something there. You don't know what it is, but it is a problem. You have some edges that I feel like we should note. You have memories of the crypt thing. You've got these memories of this vampire-killing monster. You don't quite know where you got them exactly. Locked in a crypt. And you can discard this card for a bonus die in any fight with the Glog. Now, you said, since the Glog is gone, you probably don't need that card anymore. And I said, just keep it. Yeah. You also have the Edge Suspicious card. There's an expensive car cruising down the street near the cemetery. Something about is off, and it puts you on guard. And you know from your further investigation that is the car that O'Rourke has been driving in. And O'Rourke, as far as you are concerned, is probably a vampire now. Probably a vampire. You also have the clue, The Goat Path, this sort of cult book. You've read and a disturbing, if incoherent, book about demons and vampiric enlightenment written by an occultist named Cyril Cafone. And that book's from the 30s, but you have some questions about your good Cyril Cafone and, you know, right? You also have a special weapon, the Ciceros Golgothas, which is a mysterious weapon which damages some vampires. You don't know exactly how or why, but it does. It also has a shadow problem. You currently are looking at, you have like at least 3 shadow right now, which I like. You have, it's good. You have the edge ahead of the game. You're one step ahead of your foes, and you may discard this card to suppress your shadow score by 2 for one scene. And for those who do not know, in this game you have heat, shadow, and injuries. And shadow is how aware, how much of a beacon you are for supernatural problems. How much unnatural things might sense you in the air. Heat is the police. And injuries are, well, those are injuries. You have the Maltese papers, which are these papers you got from Musil and Sons, which is notes that they're channeling money to the Church of St. Sylvester in Malta, but it has a lot of other information about a larger conspiracy, which may be a thing that you pay attention to later in your life. You know, I'm not judging you. You have the bomber's phone, which you can maybe track down. You have the client list, which is a continuity situation, which will last you for multiple adventures, missions. You have a cache of documents related to the financial operations of the conspiracy, which, by the way, there's a conspiracy. And like the back of a dead hand, you've scoped the Olsenine necropolis ahead of time and discard this automatically to advance on any non-combat challenge or to counter any non-entry problem encountered in the cemetery, although you're probably leaving that cemetery. Well, that may not be as relevant for you in the future. There is one other thing that this game has, and those are pushes. Pushes are very important. You get them to convince your allies to help you, your contacts. You get them to convince people of things that are important. They are ways for you to get extra information. They are desperately important, and you currently have 0 pushes. Interesting. Cool.
I don't get any new ones?
No. No, you don't. You only get pushes at this point. I mean, when we get to a new operation, then yes. But when you are able to advance while still having dice left over, that's how you'll get new ones. Right now, you don't have any. And you will need those pushes to activate your allies' extra bonuses and that kind of a thing. So we will see how that goes for you. Now, when we left off, I just want to set the scene for you because I feel like that's probably important. You know, I feel like we need to know exactly what kind of a dire situation we're in. There were some things left in Prague, but I don't know if you wanted to deal with them or if you wanted to get to Malta sooner rather than later. That was where we're off. You have been spied on by bats. You probably saved the life of a cultist by telling him to get out of town and not come back because you believe that someone is tying up loose ends. and that many people that you have run into might be loose ends. And you are correct. They don't know that, but you are correct. People are tying up loose ends, and that cultist probably would have been dead real fast if he'd stayed there. But, I mean, I'm just letting you know. So, tell me, you have some information about O'Rourke here in Prague, his car. There was some discussion about tracking his car down to figure out where he's at, if you wanted to go run around after him, or if you wanted to go straight to Malta. There were some questions about what you wanted to do.
I think that the most prudent course would be to go straight to Malta. I think Archangel would be a little bit more aggressive in his timeline because he took a little bit of extra time to make sure that the Helen Slane problem was taken care of. But at the same time, in taking that extra time, he missed out on keeping the Glog from leaving. So he would like to probably secure passage to Malta and get there ASAP.
So I have just pulled onto your sheet Helen Slane, freelance journalist, as a contact. She has criminology, research, photography, network 1, and surveillance 2. Because you spent your last push to get her to come along with you. Now, shall we have a small conversation about your contacts?
Sure.
Yes. Just to remind you of a shadow of 3, you have 0 heat at the moment, and you have no injuries. Contacts are great. They're really good because they might have skills that you don't have. And if they have skills you don't have, and those are investigative skills, they are at your disposal. Like whenever you pull up Robin. Robin's skills are always at your disposal when you pull up Robin.
Thank God.
Yeah. And you can always use a push to get their non-combat skills, to use them and add their skills to yours, make yourself much better. It's great. They're very useful. You can stunt on them. You know what is a slight drawback to your contacts? Not all of them, but some of them. Actually, all the ones you have. None of your contacts are combat capable.
No.
And you know what happens when you bring non-combat capable people into a combat?
I'm aware.
I don't know if the audience is aware, and I feel like I should tell them. Our hero, and I use that word to make people feel guilty, has to make a choice about whether or not they want to protect their people or not. For every non-combat ally they have with them, they get a minus die on all of their rolls if they're going to protect them. If they don't protect them, they don't get those minus die. Yeah. I think I'll just leave it at that. And I will note that Robin, always available, but if you activate Robin, then Robin is there as a non-combat contact, which makes Robin somewhat distracting to you if you're in combat and Robin's around. And also vulnerable. Great. Awesome. Let's talk about going to Malta, shall we?
Let's.
Quentin.
Yeah, Doc.
It's early. I don't think you're awake just yet, or I'm not awake just yet. Are you certain about your course of action?
I am.
Yes. Why do you think I'm dreaming of this?
You're the doctor.
Yes, yes. I'm disturbed by something here. I remember them talking about a vampire-killing monster, a crypt. but I can't remember if that's your memory or if that's my memory.
Let's just say it's ours.
Mm. Yes. But Quentin, I have a feeling of dread. A feeling of dread. I am concerned about what will happen if we go. How do I know?
Are you worried?
Quentin, I don't know if you can protect me. I don't know if you can protect me because I fear that I'm there alone. You see.
I feel the same way.
You would, wouldn't you? Because you're me. You're my subconscious.
Am I?
That's the only thing I can figure out. I read your file. I felt guilty. I went searching for you, and now I dream, and you're my subconscious. That's what makes sense to me. Yes?
Have you woken up, Doc?
Have you?
Hard to tell.
Indeed, it's hard to tell. I was doing research, I think. But it's hard for me to do research. It's difficult. There's something I'm waiting for.
Is that what's causing you dread?
Quentin, I need to ask you something.
Shoot.
O'Rourke. I don't remember. Did you describe him to me in our sessions?
No.
No. But yet I can picture him as if I've seen him before. That's strange, don't you think?
You have a imaginative, narrative mind.
Perhaps. Maybe he doesn't even look like that after all. I remember something. A woman. Cool. European.
The one with Sinclair?
Must have been. I remember her from somewhere else, I think. I didn't recognize her until you saw her in my dreams. Which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Nonetheless, I want you to know that I recognize her. I remember her from somewhere.
Did she meet with you? When you were doing your research?
It's difficult to remember these things. I was traveling to find you, I think. I was following your trail. I was hoping I could find you.
Learn more.
Yes, learn more. Follow the thread. Follow the thread. I remember... Oh, I'm sorry, Quentin. Our time is up. Our session is up for today. You'll have to,
Just one last thing, Doc.
Hmm.
I don't think I can protect you.
I'm trying to protect you, you know.
I know.
Wait. I remember something. A name. Catherine.
Catherine.
Yes. I don't remember what it means.
It's good, Doc.
It's important. Catherine. Quentin. I'm going to wake up now.
Good luck.
Yes. Our time is up. And I think this is, from what you told me last time, the best sleep you've had. You're in this...
Someone to watch over me.
Someone to watch over you. You're in a room in a youth hostel. Fairly nice one. Where in this room are you sleeping?
I think that, as described last time, he had pulled his pack up behind his head against the wall and just laid down on the floor, kind of opposite of where the bed was situated.
And when you wake, there is a blanket on you. And Helen Slane is still asleep on the bed, sort of small bed, sort of like a nice functional bed, and she's still asleep. You can see, she's got a camera that's hanging off, that's on the post of the bed, like a small little post, like more like a knob, like a bed knob, and it's like hanging there, so there's somebody trying to take it, she might hear them. Her pack is like near the foot of the bed, and she's sort of a little sweaty, little fitful in sleep. And it is quiet. You can hear church bells chiming in the distant. What time do you wake up?
I forget exactly when it was when he had made
late.
it back. Musso and Sons. I would say that it would still be early.
Yeah.
If he went to, I know that it was right at dawn that he was going into Musso and Sons, just in case he needed the sun. So I would say he would probably say he made it back by 6:30. Yeah. He would probably still be up at 9:30.
Yeah. That makes me a little distressed that this is the best night's sleep you've had when that's about 3 hours of sleep. Well, it doesn't make me distressed.
Right as the rain, yeah.
But I feel like it makes your therapist distressed. But he's not here right now, so I'm sure it's fine. As you stir, you can see that she begins to stir herself a little bit. Helen. Oh. And she looks at you, and she's in sweats. She's wearing like some like a sort of like thin sweatpants and like a t-shirt. She rolls over and she's just sort of looking at you. She's still on the bed, just assessing you a little bit.
He allows himself to be assessed.
Mr. Gabriel, we're
Miss Slane
going to Malta. Should I buy the tickets or?
Trooper, can I arrange for, I would say at this point, especially in his profession, as a independent contractor, Quinton would probably have to have private transportation more often than not. And would there be a way to arrange for that, at least, to get a boat to Malta once, a flight or a train or down to the coast and then out into Malta?
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would you like to take time in order to make sure that you are able to cross your I's and dot your T's? I'm going to note that this is going to be a test of cover. Your advance number is 8, because you are a professional after all. If you take time to make sure you can be a little bit circuitous, do we get a +2?
Just a +2 number, not a +2.
That is correct.
Dice, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to forego that and just go for speed and not take time.
There is an extra problem available if you would like it.
What is that problem?
You have to decide to take it first.
I can't know if it's what kind it is. I can't know if it's heat or...
That is correct. But it would be an extra problem that was relevant when you're trying to get into a place through international travel.
And that gives me an extra die, correct? If I...
And you can decide either now or later.
Right. But then I forgo my push if I don't have it in the pool. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to take the problem because I can't afford any more shadow at the moment. However, I'd like to stunt if at all possible here. And
I just want to note, because you took time and you've slept, all of your
right, I'm back.
You're back up to full. Absolutely.
So I want to roll cover, like you said, but is there any way that I could stunt and use disguise as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. For an extra die, absolutely.
Okay, so that gives me 3.
But one at a time. One die at a time.
I just got I got a feeling of dread because I'm going to say it. I've been rolling well in this game, and I almost I think I felt the floor give out. We'll see. Let's go. Die 1.
A 2. Please describe the first leg of this journey. You've got to get from Prague to a small Mediterranean island.
I would say that in all likelihood, this would have been like false identity train travel. Using something, like Eurorail stuff for that, Helen's young enough to get away with that type of stuff.
Absolutely.
And I'm old enough to be her dad.
Yeah.
The overprotective father that came with her. So that's not at all sneaky or suspicious.
No, not at all. Next die. Die number 2. That's a 1 for a total of 3. Describe this part of your journey. It's a 1. How does that feel for you?
For Greg, it doesn't feel great. For Quentin, it would probably feel like the journey's taking too long. And so in it taking too long, he would start to not cut corners, but push angles. And as he gasses into the turns here, he's not being sloppy. He's just not being himself. I don't think Quentin's capable of being, overt in what he's trying to do here, but it's not his normal level of professionalism. And it has nothing to do with Helen being with him. In fact, she's probably, less of she's not a hindrance at all in his travels. Yeah. It's just his need to get there.
You have 1 more die currently. Roll it. 4.
I knew it.
That's a 7. Let's have a discussion, you and I, shall we? That's not enough to advance. It may be enough for a hold. Would you like an extra problem, or are you good with where you're at?
I am good with where I'm at. I'll take the hold. I'm hoping that it would be just 1 below the call should be a hold. So
that is correct. You're going to have to take a plane. You're going to get to probably Greece, I imagine. And I think there's a problem with the docks, and you'll have to fly in the end. You make it to the airport, both of you. Nobody stops you. There's no incident at all when you're there, right? Like, you get through, you know that moment. Oh, you know that moment. Surprisingly, so does Helen. Perhaps different ways and different feelings. When you walk up to passport control and they look at your papers, and they ask you a few questions that are meant to make sure that you are not lying about who you are, but they are not experts. They work at passport control, and so the questions they ask are probably, what do you do for, what is your job? Why are you coming here? Why are you traveling into Malta? And you give some kind of answer, and they try to give you well, are you really a salesman? What do you sell? And then you say what you sell, and they're like, oh, okay. Right, like, they're not particularly, they're not counterintelligence, they're passport control. And this is Malta. You know that this is not a problem, and you know that these passport control officers are not onto you. It's that kind of low-level security theater that you are so used to. And as they stamp your passports, nothing seems wrong there. But you just can't help but feel as you get your taxi cab, or however you're going to get out, that you're being watched. You don't know by whom or how, but it's just a feeling at the back of your throat. The hair, right, the back of your neck, you just feel like you're being watched. Maybe you're not. Maybe it's just those dark thoughts you have. But you just can't help but feel that way. Let me ask you, where do you go and what do you do now that you are here in Malta? A beautiful, very ancient Mediterranean island, a place where tourists come in their yachts, like rich tourists come in their yachts, sailing in and enjoying themselves, and beautiful sort of ancient structures right there in the ocean. It's a wonderful place to be.
I think that he would, at the very least, go by St. Sylvester's first.
Let's discuss that, shall we? Before we go further, do you take Helen with you?
Yeah.
She expects that she's coming along, but I don't know if you gave her the slip or not. Now,
She's going to go out on her own anyway, so he's going to have to.
That is true. I feel like you've met her before, and you can, like, she has got her notepad. She is ready, you know, and you can see her with her watchful eyes. Now,
also, I know that it doesn't mean anything mechanically, but he has still given her the weapon that she had before. So,
oh, these things matter. All of these things matter. Oh, they do. Now, the Church of St. Sylvester, you know, from looking at the shipping paperwork, is not in the capital of Valletta, which is where the flight comes in. It's actually on the west coast of Malta, at a small town called Rabat. And you will have to travel to this small town, and this is the place where, you know, you have Helen, who's been doing her work on her tablet, letting you know there have been some missing people in this area. A number of refugees, African refugees, are sort of set in sort of camps and that sort of in that area, right? And some of them have gone missing. There's a whole sort of concern about human trafficking of refugees through Malta, right, and into Europe. This is very much what sounds like human trafficking to someone who's not like you. When you travel in, this town is... How do you get there, by the way?
Having done a little research on Malta, Greg learned quickly and much to his delight that one of the number one modes of transportation on the Isle is two-wheeled.
Oh
And so
yes. Oh yes.
um, securing or procuring a motorcycle
Mm-hmm.
would be what he would do.
Absolutely. Motorcycles are very. I mean, you don't have a big metal cage to protect you, but you're very nimble. You can go many places that other people cannot. And I imagine you two are um, riding on sort of like roads that become dusty roads through right off to the western side of Malta. It's a very beautiful place. Now, this is the western side of Malta is much less populated. Not as many tourists come to this side of Malta, and it's like an older spot. And the roads are winding, and there are many sharp turns and twists to get to the town of Rabat. And there are these hillside roads, and when you're driving along one of these sort of now moving into dirt roads, sort of gravel, uh, and there's drop offs on the side, and you never know as you're making a turn if you're going to run into a truck. Um, it's that kind of driving that many people would slow down on those curves and turns, those blind turns. Be a bit more careful. They wouldn't speed. How fast does Quentin ride?
Yeah, he drives real fucking fast.
Yeah, I thought he did. And Helen's like has got a death grip right on your hips because you were going fast. But she has been around many places. She's been on Vespa before. She knows that she has to flow with you, right? Or else it'll throw off the balance. But you can tell there is that sort of white knuckle nervousness as you speed through this countryside. And as you make your way into this very small town, it's picturesque. A lot of cobblestones. Um, I'd like to know, what is the first thing you do when you come into this small town?
Not to be a smartass, but slow down. As soon as the town comes into view, he maintains a more pedestrian speed, a more less flashy, less fire drawing speed.
You sound like a person who has been caught in speed traps going into small towns before.
Right.
Because I remember those, and you're like, oh, thanks. Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, the ones where it goes from 55 to 15 in 10 feet.
And you're like, really? Okay. And they're like, do you know how fast? You're like, yeah, no, I see you. You slow down into this place.
He's going to look for the church. I mean, that's what he needs to be here for. But at the same time, it's that innate situational awareness where, does the town smell right? Is there just enough people walking on the streets with just enough intent and purpose to what they're doing that doesn't set off an alarm for, in a town like this, there should be an equal number of people at leisure, an equal number of people, at work, people of all ages represented, if any of those things seem off, that's what he would look for first, just without thinking.
Let me ask, on foot or while riding?
This would probably, as long as there is other like vehicular traffic going through here, he would absolutely stay on the bike, at least for the first pass through, and he would even tell Helen, to point occasionally.
Yeah.
She's got her camera,
what skills are you bringing to bear as you do a sweep through this town?
I mean, this is definitely observational. So,
but different skills gives you different information. you know?
Right, right, right.
You know.
Let us.
Human terrain?
I don't have that.
Mm,
That would be a great
it would
one
be
to
a
use
great
right
one.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Human terrain's are really good for like a good overview of a place, you know, and kind of like checking it out.
I kind of wanted to do something other than notice, but I don't think I will. Let's just go with just a straight. We're just looking. Like I said,
Yeah.
this will just bleed into what I
Yeah.
said
Yeah.
before about how he was just checking out things
Yeah.
and seeing if anything.
Yeah. Absolutely. So easy peasy. What do you notice? Just like kind of like a good sort of overview. This is a bit of a tourist town, but not a particularly popular one, right? Like tourists do come here, but you don't get the sense that this is like a tourist mecca. Um, you see shops here and there with like little tourist guides, like on in stands, right? Like the little rotating ones, right, with the little brochures. So there are a couple of little tourist shops that you can sort of see. So you do know that there is clearly some sort of tourist industry here. You notice sort of going through that there is actually more than one church in this town. Um, there's a very, very large church, um, which is huge. It's really, really big actually. You think it probably would
Too
serve
big for the town.
probably serve the town and also like the entire town and maybe some people in the area. It's the kind of church you've been through a lot of these small towns. It's the kind of sort of cathedral. It's not a full cathedral because this town's kind of small, but it's old. It's a couple hundred years old. It's large. It reads to you. This is one of those old churches when maybe this town might have been a little bit more important. Um,
Like a regional sanctum type thing, like
yes,
a
yeah, like maybe in the 1700s this town was maybe a little bit more important, right? And it was that kind of like you probably had a slightly larger, maybe you had like a bishop who might have been here perhaps, right? It might have been like a more important sort of space for the local area. uh, and you imagine in places like this, everybody goes to this church, right? That's it, there's one church, this is it. But there are two churches as you ride around in this town. And that other church is smaller, a little bit out of the way. Also old, not as old as the larger sort of Catholic church. And of course, this is also a Catholic church, but maybe about 200 years old, perhaps. Um, it seems to be in good repair, sort of nondescript, not particularly flashy or fancy. Your gut would say that this is probably the Church of St. Sylvester. Looking at sort of street signs, it seems a smaller one is the church rather than the large one. The larger one seems to be a place of much more traffic. You see people coming in and out. You don't really see people coming in and out on your drive-through, if you notice, of the St. Sylvester Church. Looking around, you notice some posters, right? Tourist posters in English, French, Italian. It seems this town has some catacombs that tourists can go and visit. That's exciting. So it seems to be like their tourist trap or some ancient catacombs. And there's an entrance right on the side of the town that's actually quite opposite of where St. Sylvester's is. There are tours and there are guides there. There's a bit of like a... As you are traveling about with notice, because you did use notice, how can you tell me, you go through the town, how much of this sort of the town's area do you ride around in? Like how big of a zone of observation are you taking?
It wouldn't have to be something where he does like a street by street sweep or anything like that. It would be more like as soon as he's identified where St. Sylvester's would be,
Mm-hmm.
um, it would be kind of serpentine to St. Sylvester's, maybe a drive by,
Mm-hmm.
and then hitting the tourist areas,
Mm-hmm.
the big church,
Mm-hmm.
St. Sylvester's, the opening
Mm-hmm.
to the catacombs, and in doing that, kind of meander through the town a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Basically, in a way, just to grab landmarks from different angles, anything that he could do, not necessarily to scout the place, but to orient himself so that if he runs into a building and comes out the other side, he knows, oh, there's the spire of the larger church, and then he can,
Yeah. Yeah.
have an idea of what direction to move to get to another spot. It's again, this is all,
It's a
uh,
notice.
yeah, it's just a force of nature,
Yeah.
or a force of habit for
Yeah.
Quentin.
I mean, this isn't surveillance. Surveillance is a bit more of a stakeout, right? Now you're just kind of doing a pass. And as you do that, you do your pass to the main church, right? And there's the sort of the tourist entrance of the catacombs, and there's like little signs, right? And there's some like pictures of like little crypts, right? And there's some like lazy folks sort of sitting around, waiting to sort of take tourists, which it's not particularly heavily populated, but it doesn't seem particularly sort of exciting, right? Like no excitement there. Traveling through and around and that kind of thing. You if you hit out the Saint Sylvester side of town, um, there's not a lot of there's a lot of brush shrub, kind of a bit wooded on the outskirts of town. Um, Sort of lonely and forlorn. The side of the town where Saint Sylvester's is, there's not really less like people just don't go there very often. Like, I mean, sometimes you might get a tourist here or there, but it doesn't look like you do. It seems just a bit unused in some ways. That's what most people would think, right? If they're not really paying attention. Did you ever watch? The answer, by the way, is yes. I know you. I've met you before. Did you ever watch the 1960s Batman?
Yes.
Yeah. You know when Batman would take the Batmobile into the Batcave, and there was like that kind of like vegetation that hides the fact that there's like actually like a cave entrance right there.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're not looking, you don't really notice much, right? As you're driving through, you're kind of hitting one of the kind of like a side roads. And you notice that as you're sort of driving through this side, there are you notice like what looks like a tunnel entrance that has been boarded up. If you keep driving, you'll notice there are a couple other tunnel entrances that have been boarded up, right? Because these are clearly perhaps dangerous and not for tourists. Like these are like probably not taken care of, right? Like you probably do not want people going into these parts. Probably these tunnels are going to lead to the catacombs, right? That'd be running under the city.
But this is on the Saint Sylvester side of town.
Yes. There is a very tourist friendly entrance into like tunnel entrance to the catacombs on the tourist side of town. The not the Saint Sylvester side. And then on the other side of town, which is the less touristy spot where you can see like, there are villagers that live there and whatnot. You've got these other kind of sort of disused and abandoned sort of tunnel entrance that have been boarded up with like basically do not enter signs. And not
Do any of them looked used?
Well, that's the question that you would find an answer to with your notice. Yes. You notice one that is not that far from St. Sylvester, outside of town, but like if you were coming in to town, right, from outside towards St. Sylvester, not from the tourist side, if you're going to like kind of, when you came in from the capital city, you came in and there's a road that will take you right in where you came in, which will take you into the more sort of tourist friendly spot. But you could take a side road and head out around the town to the back side of town, which is where St. Sylvester's is. And if you go around that, one of the roads goes by one of these tunnel entrances. And that one, you notice that some of the big slats, these big boards, have been pulled off and are not actually they're off, and there are truck prints, right, in the dirt. It's a little muddy. Truck prints in the dirt because, as we established, it's cold. It's winter. It's sort of dark, right? And so you can see sort of like it's a little bit muddy, right? You see some what look to you to be somewhat fresh truck prints sort of heading off into that tunnel. That's what you notice on a notice pass through. That it seems that one of these sort of disused tunnel entrances are less disused.
And this is going okay. With the tunnel track or the tire tracks going into the tunnel, is there any way to identify if there are tracks that led back out of the tunnel, if these are fresh enough?
You can't tell. It looks like, the reason why you say look like it's going in, well, because there's tracks going into the tunnel. You don't know if they were going in or out, but clearly some sort of traffic was involved in this sort of disused sort of tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if it was most or recent enough where the ruts themselves seemed fresh and deliberate, where
they seem pretty fresh. They seem pretty fresh to you. Maybe not an hour fresh, but it probably rained yesterday, so at least within the last 24 hours, you would say.
That's good enough for Quentin.
Yeah.
He will hide the bike nearby.
Helen would say, what are we doing here?
So, tunnel. It looks like there's tracks going into it. It's close enough to the church.
Shouldn't we just go into the church? Wait, why are we going into the church at all?
Because Mutual and Sons are funneling money to St. Sylvester's.
I see. And you explain that to her, and she's like, And you can see that moment where that gives her an angle that she understands, right? She's like, oh, right. And you can tell, like, there's that little bit of a obsession sort of pings back up again, right? And you can see that she's now in her element, perhaps, right? That this is a thing that she understands. And she says, well, churches should have church records. If we could get access to them.
The first part of all of this is not to follow a story or find any more records. The next part of this is the one that I have to ask and already know the answer to. Are you ready to see what's next?
We have to get the records and find out what's happening. We have to.
There's more than just records. Something else was sent here, beyond the money from Mutual and Sons.
What was sent here?
He weighs his words just a bit. Something from the crypts. Something alive.
Alive? Are they keeping refugees in crypts?
No.
Is that how they're doing the trafficking?
People are disappearing, but for the most part, in the places that you're looking, it's not because of human trafficking. Not in the way that you think.
Well, then, what is it?
You need to see.
All right.
With that being said, what you see is going to be, it will change your world.
Her hand goes to her camera, just sort of instinctually. It's a nice DSLR, light, high-quality digital camera. Just, well, if there's something to be uncovered that involves people paying off money to my newspaper, something larger than that, I will find it out. And I tell you this, Mr. Gabriel, I will find those papers and I will expose them. If not in my paper, somewhere else. There are ways to get the word out, to get the truth out, to follow the thread. To save
And
people.
I know you're going to follow the thread, but I need you to follow it behind me, at least for a few hours.
All right. Do you think it's wise to go into this tunnel before seeing the churches? Or asking people
Maybe
in the
not.
town? Or watching?
It's a hunch. Sometimes you have to follow a hunch.
All
With
right.
these things, as soon as you show them weakness or tip your hand in any way, they'll run, they'll hide, or they'll fight. Something's not right. I've been feeling like we've been watched. I want to go somewhere where they don't expect.
All right. But please explain this to me. I'm not questioning you, but so they have been keeping people prisoner in crypts and then trafficking them. So they kidnapped someone and they were holding them prisoner in a crypt in Prague, and then they've shipped them to this church.
You have to see.
I'm trying to understand exactly what's happening. So do you know who they've kidnapped?
Everything that you've been told from O'Rourke and the trail of human trafficking that you've been sent on that has mirrored my own. It's not. There are those out there that are harming people, that are hunting people, that are feeding on people. These are the monsters from our stories, and not in a figurative way. Did you read fairy tales?
Yes, of course.
Do you remember how they begin?
Well, it depends on which ones. Brother and sister wandering in the woods, coming upon the home of a witch, eating gingerbread and being captured and boiled into soup.
Do you think they had met a witch before?
Not in the story. At least not that
Then
one.
let's go.
She will get off the motorcycle. She is uncertain what this is. But
he can't explain it, because if he explains it, she's going to...
Yeah.
He has to show her.
Yeah. So, infiltration this is.
I love it. Let's do it.
Yes, it is. Your advance number is 9.
9, you say?
Mm-hmm. And I imagine at this point in time, it's probably the afternoon. The shadow of the church is long. Longer than the church itself, it seems.
Okay, I'm going to stunt this with outdoor survival in a way that he can come in, and as part of the infiltration, this is having her follow in his footsteps and taking either, stone or whatever keeps them out of the mud, even if it leaves a light, even if it rained yesterday, there'd still be a light track.
Yeah.
Where he's going to kind of blend them in with the ruts of the tires to keep them from being seen if somebody comes back out this way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that would be 3.
That would be 3. And you start going deep into these tunnels.
And I must roll.
Die.
That's more like it.
A 6. These are tunnels. There are tire tracks. They look to you like... how are you at driving, by the way?
He's no Oscar, but he's pretty good.
Pretty good? Seems to you like a truck from the sort of tire tracks. This seems to you as if these were truck tracks, something heavy, some sort of freight, right? Some sort of pickup truck, right? Some kind of that sort of a thing. And as you're moving through, it's dark, and it is a little strange as the echoes move off like rough stone walls that are not smooth or slick. This is an ancient space. And as you're moving, following these tracks, they stop. There's no truck here, but you can see cigarette butts in this area. Seems as if there's some activity. And as you're moving, you notice these tunnels move into what seems to be like a labyrinth. You don't know how far or long they go, or where they're going, what is all underneath here. Make your second roll. Five. That is an 11. Let me give you a push, because you earned it. If you can move, I don't know if you can move your that push on the map a little bit better. I pulled it off far too. Thank you. And let me give you also in advance. You might want this. I don't know if you do or not, but you might. It might be important for you. Let's see. I'm gonna need...
As long as it's not red, I will take it.
I'll give you a non-red one. That's fine. Let's see. That's it right there for you. Here you go. Would you read that out?
Oh, it's one of my favorites. The element of surprise. Discard for a bonus die in any contest. You have to use this card as the first die you roll.
So, tell me about moving through what is very clearly some kind of labyrinth sort of catacomb. Tell me about how you both move quietly and quickly.
This in and of itself, it almost seems, since we're going with the Hansel and Gretel idea, this is a child's game. He would, almost like high creep with his knees drawn high to keep his step light from one shadow to a pile of rock to, if there's a natural formation or a column or something, and then wait until Helen mirrored his movements and followed him step for step.
It seems to take you forever. You don't know how long you're down here, traveling through this system. But you know you're on the right path when you start seeing it. There are some murals on the walls, painted. The painting style, do you have art history?
No.
No, you don't. You have no idea how old these things are. But you do know what you're seeing. They look sort of religious, like religious paintings,
Can I ask Robin?
Would you... Robin does not... Robin has research. It'll take a while. Would you like to pull up Robin?
If, mechanically speaking, if I pull up Robin, does that mean Robin remains active and, i.e., vulnerable?
Yes.
And he will keep Robin stowed for the moment.
For this scene, you know. Yes. You've been to a lot of old churches, right? In your dealings.
I would say that it's probably a frequent haunt.
And there's a lot of sort of like paintings in old churches. And you see a kind of a style that looks like church paintings. And you see, I don't know, it's like the Last Supper, that kind of a stuff. Like, you know, that's kind of like a general art history knowledge. But the disciples are all very pale. And they have fangs. And the goblets at the Last Supper seem to be filled with blood. And as you move deep down in the tunnel that you think is the one that will bring you where you need to be, with small sconces lighting up the way, you see some sort of painting. You've seen this painting before, or at least a copy of it. This seems to be like a copy of the painting, but done in a different way. There is who I suppose would be Jesus, right? You don't have your you don't have your art history on, but it's a painting that is massive, right? And there is like in the center there's a Jesus looking at, right, there's like Jesus and there's Mary next to Jesus. It's very sort of beautiful, and it's very busy. There are all sorts of saved, like the saved are all around, like the Jesus would be in the sky, and they're all the saved, they're floating around a Jesus. And then you have the damned, and it is this massive sort of thing, and you have like the damned on the ground crossing the river Styx, and you have all the saved in the air, and the dead are being resurrected. It's just like that's the one you remember. But this one, Jesus, is clearly not the Jesus that you remember.
Will occult studies help me out at any point here?
Yes. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. The Jesus seems to be reminiscent of that photograph of Syrocophone. Sort of similar features. Clearly a vampire in this painting. You know, because Jesus is feasting on the blood of mortals rather than saving them. There's a lot of like going on. And rather than the saved, you have demons and spirits dancing at his feet. And the only thing is, this Jesus that looks like Syrocophone is also someone else. There's another figure. It's a bit of a mix between Syrocophone and another person who you can't quite place, but within your sense of the occult knowledge, occult won't do it. Do you have vampirology? You do.
I do.
You do. That's unfortunate. This is sort of placing two different people into one sacrilegiously divine being. Syrocophone and a person that you do not exactly know who they are, but you have seen sketches of this figure before. You saw a sketch of this figure in the crypt where Sinclair was. it kind of reminds you of... You can't recall exactly where. No, wait. I think you do recall. It was a plate in a printing of the novel Bram Stoker's Dracula. An early sort of off-print that had a number of plates illustrating it. And one of the plates had Dracula look quite like this. Not exactly. And this was a copy of it that you didn't own. And it was not in your possession. It was in the possession of someone you worked for. One of your bosses in the agency. You were perhaps in his office and he wasn't there yet, and there was a copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula on his desk. And perhaps you thumbed through it, and because it was it seemed like a one-off print, it seemed strange to you. The copy itself seemed funny, right? And I think what you noticed was that it had been annotated. There's a lot of annotations inside of it. Just a lot of writing, well sort of thumbed through. And that plate stood out to you. There's this picture of what Dracula looked like. Sort of odd. Blonde. And it looks sort of like this figure.
No accompanying writing or anything like that. No title or even an artist's mark or anything like that.
No. But you do remember the book. Now, look. You've been around, right? I don't know what you thought about it at the time, but this happens often. I actually have in a box somewhere, which I probably shouldn't, but I do, because that's what happened. You know how it is when you are working with secret materials, right? Top secret materials. All top secret materials have to be stamped with their classification. All, is it secret, is it confidential, is it top secret, etc., etc. And if you take notes, I mean, you weren't really a desk jockey, but you would have to stamp your notes with the appropriate classification. And so any of these kinds of places, when you go into your offices, there would invariably be stamps, classified stamps that you would use to stamp notes. And these nerds, they get a little funny sometimes. You know what I mean? They don't get to go out in the field like you do. They just sit around and get a little stir crazy. And sometimes they do a little bit of ridiculousness. One of the things they like to do is to use those stamps to classify all sorts of things that are not classified, just to mess with people, right? If you came in, if you had a magazine that was really important to you, they might stamp it classified so you couldn't take it back out with you because they would think that's funny. I have a dictionary that has classified stamp markings on it. The dictionary is not classified. It's just that somebody thought it would be funny. And you recall that there was a classification mark stamped on this book of Dracula, which is not a classified book. And that was maybe, I don't know how you felt about that at the time. This was a long time ago, well before the situation with Sinclair. Though you do remember it now. What do you think about that?
I think that it would do just that, ping the realization that this has been going on far longer, at least subconsciously, far longer than what he would have given credit to it. But again, being in the situation he is in, and from his past life of being, in espionage, even though more of the actual work of it, I think that not necessarily paranoia, but a moment to kind of circle back to that if this boss was in fact, it wasn't just a copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Mm-hmm. It seemed to you to be a first printing or an off printing. It's maybe perhaps why you noticed it, because it wasn't like, just a regular copy. And it was stamped, and you don't know. We'll have to find out your boss's name later, perhaps. But at the moment, your occultism will let you know this about the symbology of this mural. The way that this figure, who's standing in for Christ, and absolutely this is sacrilegious. There's something perverse about it. You know what I mean? There's some kind of deliberate sort of sacrilege and perversion sort of in this sort of framing of this sort of syrocophone, this figure in the space of Christ amongst demons rather than, and just like blood gushing as he's feeding off of mortals. But you do know that the ways in which the demons and the spirits are placed in the mortals, there's symbology of placement, and the symbology of placement frames this person, syrocophone, perhaps also this figure that was used as a model for Dracula in this book that you saw. Is the placement demonstrates his mastery over supernatural beings and sorcery, as well as over life and death itself. It is very clear to you that this is not just woo vampires, but it is somehow quasi-religious. This figure is sort of framed in some ways as almost godlike, powerful, and to be worshipped in a way that does not square right with your knowledge from vampirology, right? That's not necessarily vampires are not gods, right? So the vampirology knowledge gets you this idea that there's some kind of strange resonance. This pings that book you remember, but your occultism lets you see that there's a framing of this figure as a sort of a religious, almost godlike figure, in a way that it's odd. Something else seems like there's some kind of mixing of those things here.
Would it be, and this may even be something that he kind of shares with Helen quietly, would this look to be someone that is trying to become, give themselves an almost deity-like symbolism, not to the humans that he's feeding on, perhaps, but to others of his kind, like the demons that are rejoicing around him? Mm-hmm. Is it, mm-hmm. Is this the first in hell, mm-hmm. second in heaven type of thing?
Mm-hmm. I have to give you two answers. Yes and no. If you look closer, right, at this, it seems to you that sort of mix between two figures is a painting over.
The Ciro came after?
Yes. So the answer to your question is this to impress the mortals or the other of their kind? The first figure impressing the others of their kind. Ciro impressing the mortals.
Okay, I'll ask a follow-up question then.
Indeed.
If this was assumed originally in its original intent to be, for all intents and purposes, sacred, this would be something that would be consecrated as a symbol or an idol or a piece of iconography, I should say.
Yes.
Would putting your own image over top of that be whatever the vampiric equivalent of sacrilege be?
That's a very good question. You do not know internal vampire stuff well enough to know that, but it doesn't look great. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. That looks bad. Yeah. I personally would not want to do that. Right? You know what I mean? Like maybe they don't care about it, but it doesn't look good. It looks yeah, that could be a problem, is what I would say. Yes. Yes. Interesting. As you're moving closer, you move towards, you know how in a catacomb you have like a little creches where you would have bodies, right? Burial mounds.
Real quick too, Trooper, could Helen be taking pictures of these as we go?
Oh, she is.
I'm
By the
assuming
way,
she is. I just wanted to make sure.
She is, and luckily
Yeah, okay.
she doesn't have to use a flash, but she has to be a little bit slower because she has to wait for like the light to gather, you know.
Right.
So she is 100%. I was going to tell you that, but thank you for reminding me because I was like, oh yes. And as you're moving closer, you hear something. You hear the echo of voices that you can't tell what they're saying because it's too far away. Something's happening. And then you see what is best described as chambers, small chambers, with bars, like holding cells, gates with locks, old locks, and not new. But there are a number of these sort of holding cells that are now facing this, like as you go on, facing sort of the unending part of this mural, which is leading you closer to these voices. And these are all empty. But you see a shoe, like a tennis shoe, modern, in one, just the shoe. Sometimes there's a blanket. These have been clearly holding people. Who are not here now. And as you creep closer to these voices, you hear a murmur of many voices, but one voice emerges out of this sound, and you can tell that whatever it is happening just along and around the corner from where you are. You, with your advance, can find a place for you and Helen to hide and observe whatever might be going on around the rise without being yourself seen. That is
1,000%. Yep.
Very good roll will do. And as you sort of creep, there's like a chapel. Is for lack of a better word, there is an underground chapel deep in the. You are probably now at the center of this labyrinth, of this catacomb. You are clearly not in the tourist part. There's been no evidence of tourism anywhere, clearly. And this sort of chapel is cut out, and in the center, and there are a lot of like pews set up. There's an altar. There are places for you to sort of like hide and sort of be behind like little rock walls. You can be in a space where you cannot be seen to observe what you see. And what you see is an old friend. Well, I don't know if a friend exactly. And as you see this thing, you can feel Helen's intake of breath. Not loud enough for anyone to hear, but you just catch it because you're so close to her. There is like a sarcophagus altar, and laid out upon this altar is a body. Tall, naked, pale, with leather tubes attached to old alchemist jars, and that strange pink fluid, and this figure is on this slab, held, it seems, unmoving. And in front of this figure, there is a man, old, in a priest's robes. And he's old, he looks like a lizard, you know? And this man is holding a vial of blood, it looks to you. And he's standing next to this body, the Glog. And there are a number of robed, best you could say, cultists, all attending what seems to be some sort of unholy service. And this sort of pale, almost translucent figure, now in the light that you can see, not with the night vision goggles, but with the light of the torches surrounding it, is you can see its organs. Its skin is so thin you can kind of see its bones, and it sort of has this strangeness to it. And this priest, old, 70s maybe, is speaking to his congregants. And he says, "You are all welcome here. We do this for the Master. We have come to protect him. We have," and you notice one man in there that you also recognize, Pavel, that sort of head cultist up there in Prague, in his robe, proud of himself to be here, looking rapt, true believer. Behind the altar there is a pedestal, and on that pedestal is a book, and that book is the Goat Path, that you recognize it. Another one of these copies. And he says, "We here have come to protect the Master, the Divine Master, who will give to all of us eternal life. We are but nothing. If we can shed ourselves of our morality, then we shall have enlightenment. We shall become nigh as gods, as our Master is a god. But our Master needs us in this moment, and behold, the instrument of our Master's salvation is here, brought to us by Brother Pavel. We have here the vessel of death," as he sort of gestures to the Glog on the altar. "This is the vessel of death, death to all enemies of our Lord. You all so blessed, and you all so privileged to behold the waking of the vessel of death." By the way, any time that you wish, you may make an action, but I will tell you what the priest is doing before you make until you say you wish to do something.
Okay. Is there a way to divine whether this is bullshit detector or whatever this would be? He needs to know something. He needs to know if this vessel of death that he is indicating as the Glog is what is the leap that Quentin can take that this creature is the vessel of death for their master's enemies. Are those enemies other vampires?
That would be occultism.
Okay.
Well, that would be vampirology. be a number of. You've got a couple of skills that would put those things together.
Like, what is the Glog's main purpose? The eradication of vampires or the undead, or is that it's missive? And if that's the case, then obviously,
yes. Would you think that question again?
As he's contemplating whether or not this creature, is it a weapon? Is he weaponizing something that could cause his own destruction? Is this, what is this Glog? What is its purpose? Talking about the court of Rudolph, back in the days of alchemy, was this something that was created not necessarily for long life, but was this for something to protect them? Was this I'm beginning to think the way that they're talking about this, that this was maybe a volunteer that, or somebody that they conscripted to augment, to give them a warrior. And if that's the case, Quentin likes the sound of that.
Quentin, you're asking if this is if this creature is meant to fight vampires? Is this what you're asking me?
Doctor, referring to it as a vessel of death, something that they can turn on their master's enemies.
Yes.
Humans wouldn't be their master's enemies.
You're jogging a memory in my mind. A conversation. I remember them talking. Yes, do you remember? Were you there? Were we there? Is this your memory? The woman and the man.
Catherine.
No, that's not her name. I don't know where the name comes from. What Catherine? No. Escardi. Lady Escardi. That's the name. Did you tell me that name?
I can't remember, Doc.
She was speaking with Sinclair. I remember about the Glog.
What'd she say, Doc?
You told me this, didn't you?
Maybe.
Is it in a room? Was it a room, was it? They were discussing it. Yes, no. It was, he said that he'll go after the Glog. He'll want to get the Glog for protection. That's what they said. They said he can't have it. He can't have it.
Were they scared of it, Doc?
Yes. Wait.
That's all I need to know.
No, there's something else, Quentin. There's something else that you need to know. They said they had an agent who would take care of it for them. I think they meant you. Are you their agent, Quentin?
No.
Are you sure? You freed Sinclair. Did you do that on purpose? You told me you told me when we met that you didn't do it on purpose, but what if you did? What if you did?
I didn't.
Did you do that on purpose? Are you working with them? Are you their agent?
Why'd they send me here? Do they want me to kill him?
don't remember. The conversation was... I think I was on a boat. Why, how were you on a boat? You... I'm sorry. Yes, no, we have to start again. Quentin, in our last session, you told me you were on a boat. Yes. Which boat was this? What happened?
I wasn't on a boat, Doc.
You must have been on a boat with Lady Ascadi and Sinclair.
You were on a boat, Doc. You were following me. Your research, the thread.
I remember they called him a weapon. They thought that... they said that he would try to get the weapon and they would send their agent there.
To do what, Doc? What did they want their agent to do?
I don't know, but they seemed certain. Death. Vessels of death. I don't remember. I have to go. Our time is up. Quentin, our time is up. I have to go.
Bye, Doc.
And I say, we shall wake the vessel of death for our Lord. And this priest uncorks this bottle of fluid, and he approaches the glog, and he waves this bottle over the body of the glog as if this is something holy.
I gotta call on Robin. I'm gonna interrupt you.
Please.
I need Robin to calculate, using the information that has been provided, the fact that I might be, at the very least, mentally compromised in what I can remember. If the facts are that an agent was sent here, what's the probability that the agent was sent here to, if the Zero was using the Glog to defend against its enemies, what's the probability that I was sent here to kill them both and eliminate the problem, or take Zero out of the equation, thinking, what does Robin think?
Calculating. Was Archangel sent here to destroy the Glog and Zero by Sinclair? We'll just say, and Zero. Yes. No. Calculating. And as Robin comes online, staticky in this space, and you can see lights Robin calculates, and this old priest, leathery, uncorks this alchemy bottle, and his hand comes closer and closer to these bottles attached to the Glog. These bottles with some faint pink liquid in them, and he approaches these bottles with the dark red crimson.
As he's waiting, Archangel pulls out his scar, flips it to single fire, and aims it directly at the priest, center mass.
And as he's about to pour this dark red viscous liquid into, you can tell, one of these alchemy bottles, adding this liquid to whatever it is the circulatory system of the Glog. And the cultists begin to hum this perversion of a Catholic chant, a hymn, as they await the vessel of death to arise. That's where we'll take our break. We're going to take our break right about now. That's what we're going to do. But before we do, I do want to thank some people. First off, we have some donations. If you give, tips and bits that helps to pay for the cast and all of that goodness, keep the channel running, keep all those RPGs going, because there's a thing that is going to be a surprise for later. And we will read out those messages right here at the intermission and at the end. Also, there are ways to support us, which I didn't say earlier, but you can give us tips and bits like you did. You can let people know that we're live. You can join our Patreon at various levels. We have a $200 tier Patreon, which is the special word from our sponsor tier, and that gives a special shout out. And that special shout out goes to Willem TW, who is our sponsor, the bookkeeper, who is amazingly, wonderfully supportive, and thank you so much. That goes to support one week on of the month on that channel, and I think we're limited to only 4 sponsors total, and so I want to thank you for that. We have 2 who have donated for the first half. First, our one of our wonderful mods, Rissa, donated $20, who says, "Just because Foxhole Friday is my favorite day of the week." Mine too. And Drafter, who is amazing, donated $50, who said, "I love this miniseries. So happy I get to watch this episode live." Everyone, we're going to go to break. I would like you all to stretch your legs, drink some blood. I'm sorry, I mean viscous fluids, whatever you got. Drink them if you got them. And when we come back, we're going to find out what Archangel is going to do in this moment. Will the Archangel allow this unholy ceremony to complete or not? We will find out in our break. After break. We'll be right back. 10 minutes, everybody. hi everyone. Right now, at this moment, Robin is still available. I'm going to note that one because we're in this place. And we're back right at the moment where this old priest is about to conduct this unholy ceremony on this creature, this vessel of death that Archangel remembers, or maybe the doctor remembers. It's a little unclear whose memories are whose. As a vampire-killing monster of some sort. If you remember the edge you have, I'm just going to note it right here. Memories of the crypt thing. You have got vague memories of a vampire-killing monster locked in a crypt. I'm sure those were your memories and not your therapist's. It's odd. But nonetheless, here you are in this moment. You have your gun. You have a reporter with you who is filming this. Because she's got a card in her camera. She's like, I don't know what's going on, but she's taking evidence. And at this moment, you have a choice to make.
He's going to be talking, and it's just, I mean, a whisper that I'm sure Helen can hear, but it's not for her. He's actually talking to Robin. As he works through seeing Robin's readouts kind of coming through the collation of data as everything kind of, begins to air on what he already had thought. And he's whispering and he says, they wanted me to kill this thing. They wanted me to be here. They wanted me in Malta. They didn't want me here to not do something. They didn't want me here to be a bystander. They want me to do something, want me to act, they want me to stop it. And he stops. I'm not going to stop it. Robin, cue up track 13. And that is Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult. As soon as he pours the vial into the creature or whatever he does with it, as soon as the process seems to be finished, he's blowing the priest away.
Let me tell you a little bit about this process before you decide what you're going to do. He puts a little of this fluid, most of it, in one of the vials. And as he does, everybody starts humming. And you can hear this murmur. And the moment that he does, the liquid turns red, and you can see the liquid snaking through these old tubes, and the priest pours the rest of it in the mouth of the glog. And the glog's body, which is this translucent, pale sort of thing, flushes crimson. And its entire body sort of gets red with like a sort of vitality. And the glog, this creature, starts to move. And it sits up. And you may take a shot, but before you do, please note, it strikes you that this creature moves differently than it did before. When you saw it before, there was some kind of a sentience, but it was very, it seemed not, it was very difficult, this thing, right? There was some sort of sense about it, but it did not feel, it didn't have, you had questions about, what kind of sentience it had, what kind of sapience it had. At this moment, it sits up almost like a human being would sit up. It's kind of got its shoulders are a little sort of relaxed, and it kind of sits up, and there's slight subtle gesture of a regular person when they sit up from laying down, like their shoulders, just a little bit of a movement of the shoulder. And it kind of looks around. Of course, its eyes and mouth are sort of pits, but it has a kind of a casualness about its body that is very human somehow. And so the redness, the flush of life sort of dies down as its body sort of starts to sort of look more flesh-toned and less see-through. And as the body sort of does this moment, sort of, it sits up and takes its legs off of this altar, the rest of the cultists all sort of seem in awe of what they are witnessing. And you hear them chanting, "Vessel of death, vessel of death, vessel of death." And the priest says, "Behold the power of the eternal wine, the wine of eternity. This is the gift all of us can only hope to achieve. The secrets, the knowledge. Come, we must bring the vessel to the master." Do you wish?
He thralled it. He thralled the glog.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to do?
He doesn't take the shot.
You can take the shot if you like.
He doesn't take the shot.
If you would get into a big fight and you'd be at -2 dice. You can do that if you like.
He doesn't take the shot.
Are you sure? Are you
yep.
sure?
Yep.
All right. The priest gestures to one of the cultists, and the cultist takes a robe and puts it over the shoulders of the glog. And the priest then turns and says, "You all may walk in glory as we go to see our Lord." And they begin to walk, not towards you, but towards a different exit of this chapel. And
You said they're all wearing robes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to kill 2 of them and take this.
Yes.
Well, let's just say I'm going to steal those robes with extreme prejudice.
I imagined you might. I'm going to need fighting. Or, fighting, but you can stunt with, some sort of stealthiness. You know what I mean? That is a...
Yep.
Would be something like conceal would work as well. Yes, give me, if you don't mind, fighting.
What's my advance?
Well, you are not fighting all of that. So it is actually not, there's a number here, and that number is 12, but that is not your number, because you decided not to take the shot and have not called in all of the cultists to attack you. So that is not your number. Your number is a 10.
And this is to get 2 of them and without alerting the others?
Exactly.
Okay, can I use my element of surprise die here?
Yes,
so that'll be 3 dice to get to 10.
Mm-hmm. And delete that edge.
Yep.
Absolutely. This is what the element of surprise is for.
And I'm going to stunt that with stealth.
Conceal.
Which is infiltrate or conceal, yeah.
Or infiltration. Either one of those two would work.
Let's do...
Conceal would probably be better.
Conceal in this moment, yeah. So let me make sure I'm writing these down.
And make sure you degrade your fighting.
Disguise, outdoor survival, and conceal are all down by 1 now.
Yep. And also fighting because you're using it right now.
Oh, okay.
After this, yes. Please.
Okay, see, this is 4 dice then that I have to get.
That is correct. 6.
There we go. Let's go.
Let's start with this moment. I will note, though, actually, you're at -2, so you actually have 2 dice because you have 2 non-combatants with you. Unless you don't want to worry about their safety.
No. Unless I tell you otherwise, the safety of both Robin and Helen in that order are on his mind.
then you only have 2 dice, not 4, because 2 of your dice are taken up by these 2 other people in this space. So, interestingly enough, you need to get a 10. You have a 6 so far. I would like, let's paint this picture. A little bit of fighting at this moment, but I'm not going to change this to big fighting music. I'm going to change this to maybe a little bit of fighting music, a little bit of this. Just a little bit of this. As the father starts guiding the Glog out towards this back entrance, and you can see a number of people sort of moving together, right? And there's a little bit of milling about. You're not quite certain if all of them are going to follow along, or some of them won't. It seems as if the ceremony is done. Some people are clearly following this priest who is old and does not move so swiftly, and some are trying to maybe clean up a little bit, and some are sort of milling about. Tell me about your first moment.
Well, we need 2. We need 2 robes. So with a 6 being the first moment of action, I think that this is Archangel knowing, 1, no blood. No blood whatsoever. You don't want blood in the air around vamps. So he would look for a knockout shot. Not necessarily trying to kill, but not concerned if he does. And so this would be just out of the shadows, an absolutely savage elbow to the throat.
Yeah. Roll your second die.
Let's go!
I'm going to note that you had 4 dice, but you lost 2 of them because with you right now are 2 non-combatants, 2 of your contacts who cannot fight, and having to worry about their safety and where they are, right? Making sure that no static from Robin gives you away, that Helen will be safe, means that you're not going to be as effective. It'll be that much more difficult for you to do this. Tell me how you do this. 1, the first savage neck, right to the throat. What about the other one?
He allows the attack to create just a whisper of sound, just a and as the person that is just in front of the one that he attacked, as they turn around, he brings his head into theirs and grabs them both by the front of their robes and keeps them up as he pulls them into the shadows.
And you see Helen. She looks shocked by this sudden display of violence, but not. She's clearly someone who's seen some very terrible things with her line of inquiry. So she is not scandalized by the violence or horrified by the violence because she's seen much worse. She is just taken aback at the suddenness of it, right? Because it was over in a moment. As you pull these bodies back out into this place where your hiding places, and Father Pisani is like, no, Pavel will have to make sure that the master gets the weapon. Yes, and you, Antonio, I want you to make sure that the church upstairs, everything is clear. As you can see, are the cars ready? The master will want this immediately. His enemies are coming. You can hear this, right? As people, and you can see a number of the cultists are sort of going off, following the priest, and others are going off probably towards the church, the chapel itself, the St. Sylvester, as you take these 2 bodies with you.
He is going to, because any good agent has duct tape, and as he quickly wraps duct tape around the wrists and around the head and mouth, doesn't care if they're breathing or it's restricting airways. That's not a concern. And he is going to, as the robes are removed, tie them up and put them into one of like the cask cells that the shoes are in.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Fuck you, you deserve this.
Absolutely. These are probably where they were holding the refugees that had come here for freedom, and then they just took them and sent them to someone else. And Helen, like, she sees what you're doing, and she quickly takes one of the robes and she puts it on, because it's got a nice hood, right? So you can't necessarily see who's underneath these robes.
He looks at her and, even bringing them, like starting to move them so they don't get too far out of step with everybody else. And he's going to whisper into her ear, at one point, they're going to have us take our hoods down, take our robes off. Whatever happens, leave yours on. As long as others are wearing them, leave yours on.
She nods. And you can tell she wants to ask you something, but she's not certain if we're in the moment where we can do that. You know what I mean? Like, because shit just went down, right? And she doesn't know if this is that moment to ask. You can see it in her eyes.
He just nods.
What was this?
What I wanted you to see. And it's not over. Come on.
She nods. And she is ready to move. She assumes that you're going to go after them. Like, that's her assumption. And so you can see that she is ready to follow you. And you notice that she's got her camera now underneath, right? She's like hiding both the camera and the gun that you gave her. And she is looking to follow you.
The scar is too big for him to kind of have underneath the robe, but he'll have the scar over his back and his MP5 is still strapped to his tack vest. So he basically has one arm not in the robe sleeve. It's inside and kind of holding on to the MP5 to shoot through the robe if he has to.
Do you follow them?
Yes. Following the priest. I know that he sent others up to the church. He wants to hang with the priest because the priest is taking the creature, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Yeah. You are following through the...
Robin, cue up Taking You to Church, please. Track number 17.
And you're following through behind them, and you sort of catch up with them, and there's like a number of them there. And as you're following through these sort of dark tunnels, you come upon two bright, brand new, black, shiny SUVs. And the priest does nothing of his own, but one of his sort of lackeys opens the door, and the glog is sort of ushered into one. And the priest gets into that one as well. But it's clear that there are two of them. They seem to want to go in numbers wherever they're headed.
How many robed cultists are left?
You've got the priest. It looks like we're going to have a total of, with you two as counting as being cultists, him, 6 cultists and the glog, and you are 2 of those 6.
Okay, so there are 4 other cult combatants. How many of them? I'm assuming 2 of them would get into the car with them to drive or something?
Yep.
Okay, so that leaves 2
in your vehicle
with us.
Yeah.
Are the keys in the ignition of the second car?
Mm-hmm.
He would get into the driver's seat and indicate for Helen to get into the seat behind him.
And then the other 2 cultists get inside alongside you. The other vehicle leaves first. Starts driving. But sort of pauses, waiting for you to follow.
We do.
And these 2 black SUVs drive down a number of these tunnels, and it takes a little bit of time until you emerge into the night. The sun has set, and you start to drive out of town, west, farther and farther away from that small little town where you are at. It's not that far until you see it. A mountain. On top of the mountain, a castle. Ruined. lonely, abandoned, deserted. Do you have a cult?
I surely do.
There are no roads that will take you up to this castle. There are no streets. This castle is a few hundred years old, and no one is in this place at all, you imagine. And there's no way to get there. And you see in your mind the terrain shifting to keep out people who would be unwanted. Gullies would open up, but none of these things stop your caravan. Your convoy, it seems, is welcome. The only way to get to the castle is the goat path. The one from your dreams. The one you saw. And as you follow the priest's SUV close behind, as you wind, it is a path you have taken before in your dream. That dream. And that feeling of maybe being dead, like you start feeling perhaps a little unreal, as if you are haunting this place. If you're not flesh. Are you flesh?
We're going to find out.
I suppose you are. And you move slowly upwards as it gets darker and darker towards this castle. A castle that would attract no tourists, abandoned as it is, and with no path towards it, except the one that is laid out before you. The path to immortality and eternity. A path where if you give up everything, all morality, you may have the wine of eternity and live as a god. Perhaps. Maybe. And as you drive up the slow space, you see this lonely ruin of a castle on a high cliff overlooking the Mediterranean. You see the state of disrepair of this castle. You see jagged stones. Then you see a light in one of the windows. A light. And as you all drive up into this courtyard, the SUV stops inside the walls, half sunken, into this great courtyard before this castle. And you see the priest step out, the Glog following, and those cultists stepping out of that vehicle. They begin to move towards this castle. They have a purpose. They are looking to see someone. What do you do?
Follow, but he would open the door for Helen and just say, "Stay in the back. If I am revealed, act shocked."
Let me ask you this. This is technically a new scene. Have you deactivated Robin? Or is Robin open?
I have to deactivate Robin for right now.
You start walking across the courtyard, and you see a well. A large well. that is between you and the doorway that the priest is heading towards with the glog. You pass by. Do you look inside?
Yeah, of course.
You don't know how deep this well is. You imagine it must be very deep, high on the hill as you are. But all you see is bones. Thousands of bones. Human bones. Sun-bleached. Here. The door opens, creaking. Large, massive door. Symbols all around it. Huge, like circular door rings. And they step through the threshold. I need you to roll cool. You are at -1 to your roll for every shadow you have. And you have 3. Your advance is 8.
Okay, which one is cool? Cool is, I think I have it as something else on mine.
It's a general ability.
Ow.
Which means you have it at 2. Because all of your general abilities at 2. But I do
So
not
this is -3 number, not
Yes.
not -3 dice.
That is
Okay.
correct. And this is your ability to stay, well, you know how some games might have a sanity test. This is your ability to keep your cool when things are maybe not so great.
Okay, I'm going to stunt this with reassurance. And this is, since I know that with Helen with me, this is also him trying to support her as well in this moment, you know, a shared strength type of thing. Okay, so
except that
3.
reassurance is an investigative ability, so you cannot stunt it.
Okay. Can you only stunt generals? Is that how it works?
That is correct, because they degrade the dice.
Okay, then I will stun it with preparedness. How's that?
What kind of preparation have you made?
This is basically getting her in position and making sure that the weapons beneath our robes are where they need to be. In other words, we've got the right hand.
I'm going to have to say this is a problem that you are going to be hampered by shadow, so having the right weapons in hand, if they are guns, will not help you. What other preparedness might you have that might help you in this moment?
Well, he has the Golgothas as well, and so he would, you know, I mean, he knows too that the handgun. Okay, this is how he works it. He would whisper, "If you need to use the gun, shoot the cultists. Anyone in a robe, except me."
You know what you could do? You could use your ahead of the game to suppress your shadow by 2 for this scene. You have that edge, which takes your minus from a -3 to a -1.
Not right now.
All right.
Not yet.
Please do.
So this is 3 dice out of -3.
Yes.
And what's the advance?
Your advance is 8.
All right. First one.
5 is your first one. As you walk towards the castle, shadows seem to be looking for intruders, for those who are not meant to be here, which makes no sense because shadows are not real. I mean, they're shadows, but they almost seem to move as if they are smelling who might not belong here. Tell me how you two move through this. As you approach the shadow of this castle.
With purpose. With penitence, not pride. This person thinks they're a god.
Roll your second die. A 1. Your total at this moment is a 6. You need an 8 to advance.
Right.
This moment, I think, with that 1, as you start walking closer, and remember, you are currently at a -3 to this roll total. So technically, you need, an 11. You're currently at 6. And as you are to advance, the hold might be different. And as you are walking past the well, you can just hear the bones tinkle, and your sword starts feeling hot against your skin, as if something perhaps old, ancient, and powerful might be within. And those eyes, you remember them. Please, go on.
He appreciates the burn, though.
4. That is a 10. -3 is a 7. Your advance is an 8.
Again,
how do you feel about this?
If 8 is the advance, 7 and using the thing, it's got to be a hold, so he'll go with that since it seems to be the story of the night.
Okay. I see. If that is your choice. Let me just... Yes. As you walk into this castle, one of the shadows touches your leg, and then you can feel it crawl as if it were a spider up your leg. Let me give you this problem card, if you don't mind. Where are you, my friend? Here you are. Please, read that.
I don't want to.
But you should.
Problem card, gathering shadows. Shadow, you're entering the heart of darkness here.
And these shadows stick to you like humidity. No one else can see them, but you feel them. You feel them. Let me ask you, what do you remember of that dream?
Being on this path, headed towards the castle, and the eyes of a vampire invading my dreams. At least that was Quentin's interpretation. Or the doc's interpretation. Our interpretation.
You walk through, and you can tell most of this castle as you keep walking is in disrepair and unused. As you walk deeper into the heart of this castle, you pass by cells. With torture implements. Splash of blood here or there. Dried, some less dry. And as you keep going deeper into this castle, let me ask you about your dark thoughts. You have a shadow of 4, by the way, at this moment. At least you think you have a saddle floor. What are your dark thoughts?
I think that the thoughts that are dominating his mind that he's pushing back every so often to keep himself focused is, why was he sent here? How did this happen? How did his investigation that he believed so independent lead him to be a marionette on strings? And how he can flip the script. They want him here for a reason. How can he bastardize that reason?
And as you are moved deeper into this castle, past these torture cells, past the well of hundreds of victims, thousands, you're brought to a spiral staircase, and you all ascend, and at the next level you come upon what looks like some sort of alchemical laboratory. Ancient, though, old. Tomes and beakers. Globe of some sort. An orrery. Some sort of alchemical genius might have worked in this lab, but this lab is not in disrepair. It is well worn, but currently used, and you keep heading upwards towards where that one light was. And you make your way to the 3rd floor, and you can see the doorway open, and this strange convoy with this creature head towards this door. Stepping inside, the priest, the glog, cultist, 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 cultist. Helen, do you step inside?
Of course.
Inside, you see a fireplace empty. You see a library. This library is full, built-in bookshelves, floor to ceiling, tome after tome after tome, and some of these tomes are clearly very old. They're made with leather bound. Some of them are contemporary. There's a small, paperback to the side. All around it, there are just knowledge. Above the fireplace, there is a portrait of a man who looks similar to that sort of drawing you saw in that book by Bram Stoker. Similar sort of fellow. The one who was supposed to be Dracula. The one that was the original painting in that chapel in the labyrinth in the catacombs. And then you see a man. He is... this place is not warm at all. But there are couches. Big plush chair. Stuffed velvet. And on this velvet chair sits a man. A man whose photograph you've seen. Ciro Cafone. He is wearing these sort of red-tinted glasses, and his hair is black and curly. He has a beard, though, which you haven't seen him in the painting, in the photograph. He looks like a cross between Rasputin and John Lennon. And he's wearing a suit. He looks young. Very intense, like a revolutionary poet, perhaps. And he smiles when he sees the glog, and you can see the fangs in his teeth. And He smiles and stands and puts his hand out to the priest. Shakes it. And he says, Father, you've done me a good turn. If you'll excuse me. And as he looks at this creature, he says, yes, you will be my protection from my enemies. All is good. Father, you are thanked for your service. And the father says, my lord, thank you, and bows deeply and begins to move outwards. And then this man, Ciro Cofone, the author of the Goat Path, sniffs the air. We have a visitor who has been uninvited to this place. My assassin is here, it seems. And the priest looks a little bit freaked out. Like, oh, yeah. He goes, one of you bears the stink of them. Step forward, assassin.
Quentin doesn't step forward, but the Archangel lowers his hood. I am not your assassin.
Of course you are my assassin. You are brought by them here to murder me. But you are too late. I have my protection. And Ciro points to the Glog.
I allowed the Glog to live in Prague, and I allowed it to be reanimated down in the caverns. Why?
It is too late. You cannot take the Glog from me.
I don't want to. You intend to use it to kill them, right?
I intend to use it to protect myself so they cannot kill me.
Well, they will come.
Yes, let them come, or send
them.
You.
I have no intention of fighting you. I would like to see them dead.
Would you?
I would.
I smell it on you. The shadow. Their taint.
And yet I wish them dead.
I have received warning that they were chasing me, that my time may have come.
Not by my hand.
Pisani, you said from your investigations that they sent agents to free Sinclair, the Golden Child. Who was their agent?
Me. My team. We were duped.
Were you duped? Or is this the lie you tell me so that you can get close?
Why do I need to get any closer? If my intent were to harm.
If your intent were not to harm, you would not have that weapon upon you.
But it's not for you.
But yet you are here.
They've been pulling strings. I intend to pull back.
Do you? What is your name?
Archangel.
Amusing. What do you know?
I know that my team was sent in to retrieve a kidnapped ambassador's daughter. Turned out that this daughter was Sinclair. He killed my team, allowed me to escape, and then killed my family. And apparently has been guiding me to you.
To me. Come sit closer to me, Archangel.
I'll stand.
Will you? I wish you to come sit closer to me. Roll cool.
At this point, I would like to use the edge that reduces the shadow that is currently on me.
Mm-hmm. Your current shadow is 4, so now it is 2. Your cool has been degraded by 1.
I would also like to use, for the first time in our little campaign, one of my thingamabobbers, my special things. What are they called? Special abilities.
Your masteries.
My masteries. There we go. It is called On Guard. I may refresh my entire dice pool if I have a shadow problem.
You do have a shadow problem. You do.
So I'd like to do that.
Please. You use your mastery. Tell me exactly how you are able to do so. What about you allows you to steal yourself?
He reaches under his robe with the free hand that is not in the sleeve, and he grabs a hold of the Golgothas, and he takes his thumb around that one rough edge that pops out from the white linen on the hilt, and he cuts his finger with it, just a bit. And when he does, the blade drinks it in, and with it takes his shadow. Something the one that came before him taught him.
Your advance is 12.
So, I would like to stunt this then with...
As Cafone looks deep into your eyes.
Yeah, he wants to stunt this with, let's just do sense trouble, because I think I already know I'm in trouble. And so this will help me to navigate this one little part. Now, also, let me pull this up real quick. Is this considered a fight with the creature, since I'm dealing with its master right now?
You're not currently in a fight, no.
Okay, we'll put that right back then. So I have 3 dice I have to get a 12 with, correct?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
All right. Yeah, that's nothing to it but to do it.
3. And Cafone says, Father Pisani, please bring a glass of wine for our guest, as his piercing, intense eyes, the eyes of a cult leader, bore into your soul.
What can I use a push for in anticipation of needing it?
Pushes get you extra things when you succeed. They get you bonuses. They help you with convincing things, which you might need soon.
Let's roll die number 2 then. Come on.
In 1, that's a 4. And he smiles, his eyes, and you can feel the shadows that are rippling across you, like ants under your skin. That's a 4. He looks at you. Ooh. have known them, my siblings, my companions, if you are so important to them, I imagine you'll be very important to me. Father Masani arrives with a glass of wine, which he offers you. You have another die. A 3. That's a 7. Minus 2, which is a 5. So, let's think about this for a moment. You're sitting at a 5. How do you feel about that?
Not great. I could feel better.
So, would you like to spend your push to stunt one of your contacts?
I can't hit the advance. But I may need to stunt just to hit the hold.
You have 2 people, one person with you, and that is Helen. And she
Can't
has
use her.
Surveillance.
That brings her into the fold, though. As of right now,
She's already here. But the question is, could she use surveillance in a way to help you in this moment? If you did, you can push and get another die from her using her surveillance. If you can think of a way that might help you here.
You know what? I'm going to narratively do this, even though I don't think it's something that the Archangel would put her in harm's way. But if we're thinking about this like a book or a movie, there's no way she's sitting here not helping.
That is correct.
So Helen, let's see what your die gives me.
A 3, which puts you at an 8.
Let's hope that's good enough.
Do you think it's... But you need to tell me how her surveillance, her watching the situation, helps you.
I think it's more of a reminder for him. He flashes back for a moment as like a subtle shift as she kind of pulls back with the rest of the cultists, and it's her presence that reminds him of the photographs underground, of the way that Ciro has, deified himself as he's thinks of himself as a god. And I think it's in that moment that he calms himself a bit and, whether compelled or not, takes a seat.
Let me give you this problem that you have achieved.
Great.
It is something. You are able to resist, but perhaps she's able to just flash a bit of a light into your eyes that pulls you a little bit out of this moment. Just a little bit. But it is intoxicating. The power of his stare. You know that if you had not suppressed that shadow, if she had not helped you, it would be very bad for you. Where are you? Where are you? That's badly burned. One moment. I just need to get this for you. Ticking clock. There we are. Would you like this problem? No, but I'll give it to you anyway. Here you go.
Okay.
Would you read it, please?
The backsliding into shadow? Okay. Problem, backsliding into shadow. You're in danger of falling back under a vampire's sway. If your shadow is 6 or higher at the end of this scenario, you become a thrall again and leave play.
You can feel this vampire working his will into you as you sit beside him.
But that in and of itself is not a shadow problem.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm still at 4?
As far as you know.
Okay.
But you might be at 5. For reasons. Perhaps. And so, as you sit, and the Glog stands behind him, the priest is not quite certain what to do, and the cultists, all of whom, including Helen, kind of just wait. The father brings you a glass of wine, as Ciro Cafone sits watching you. Please drink.
I'm not thirsty, but thank you for your
It is my hospitality. You do not wish to anger me, please. We do not discuss business if there's not been some sense of friendship.
Perhaps it is the non-murder that could convey the same sense of friendship.
It is impolite not to drink when the host offers you.
Pardon my rudeness.
Drink.
No.
I must trust you.
You don't have to trust me for this.
Yes, I do.
Why? Someone of your stature trusting a mortal?
We all use mortals. Mortals are very useful.
And I am offering myself and services in your fight against your siblings.
And that is why you should drink.
No, thank you.
Then how can I trust you?
You don't need to put me under your sway.
This is just wine. It is not my blood.
Then there should be no insult.
It is the insult of the host. I am not trying to poison you in this moment. This is courtly behavior. I offer you wine. I will offer you bread if you so wish.
Bread I will take.
Bring bread, salt. And the father nods and leaves. This gives you some protection in my home if you take it. And it shows you have trust in me, so I may have trust in you. Otherwise, I cannot trust someone who freed Sinclair, the golden child.
Why do you call him that?
You must take from me first. Pisani returns with a plate with small flatbreads with salt, butter. Small glass, again, another glass of wine. Hands it to you.
He will take a bite of it.
The salt.
No, thank you.
Salt. You must finish the ritual. It is custom.
He'll take a bit and throw it over his shoulder.
Suspicious, but you are currently protected now.
Why do you call him the golden child?
May I? Father, the dagger. Father brings out this red dagger that seeps of evil and hands it to Cafone. Cafone takes the dagger. He says, "Do not move. I am not going to kill you." He places the dagger up by your forehead. How do you feel?
Unless you tell me otherwise, right as the rain.
Are you thinking of Sinclair at this moment?
Probably is part of the parlay here, but
what are your feelings towards Sinclair at this moment?
Hatred.
Are you sure?
Until you tell me otherwise.
Do you desire to serve Sinclair?
The only thing that would be going through his head is if he was unwittingly serving Sinclair.
Do you think you are?
He has concerns.
If Sinclair were here at this moment, what do you imagine yourself doing?
Killing him.
If Sinclair
Again.
asked you to kill Capone, what do you imagine you would do?
Kill Sinclair.
He takes the dagger away and hands it back to Kasane. All right. You seem clean, more or less. You are very dirty. Other sort of dirt upon you. Some influence of him is on you. He has gotten some way inside your skin. He does do something with your mind a bit, but too faint for me to think you are his thrall or his bride. You may speak.
Why do you call him the Golden Child?
Ah, yes, well, he was one of John's favorite. He went to sleep for a while. Part of a deal, you see. An injustice. An injustice. We have some troubles, you know. There are others. How much do you know about us?
Just the top of the hill that turns out to be an island.
Yes, you see, there are families. Two main families that I concern myself with. Progenitors, shall we say.
Are they the ones sending the money to you?
No, not the same. You see, little mortal, little tool, would you like to hear a story?
I love fairy tales.
Once upon a time, there was a group of 6 who committed a great sin. Each one began something evil. They sold their soul for eternity, for great power, in all different ways. At such cost brings you what you want, but not how you want it. And this group of 6 were the beginning. They all scattered around the world, around the globe, all different, all with the power to create children. Us, here, we concern ourselves only with one. Our progenitor. Well, not really exactly mine, I don't think. It's tricky. The Impaler, Vlad, I'm sure you know of him. We call them the Hungarians. Very powerful. Very interesting. They understood demons and alchemy and mystic power that has been lost to so many. But Vlad, alas, died or was destroyed a long time ago, leaving no one left. Until he made gestures to the man in the painting. Him, John. John came. And he was able to give birth to children who were strong. Very strong. Not as strong as John, of course, but strong. We call the children of John the Transylvanians. I am one of the children of John, as is Sinclair. Others. You see...
Lady Ascati.
Oh, you know of her, do you? She's a problem. Well, I'm sure she would say I'm a problem. I seek knowledge, you know. Would you like to know a secret?
Would you like to share one?
Yes. He's back, you know.
John?
No. Vlad. He has arisen. Someone found his head and stole it when Berlin fell in 1945. Took it away, and somehow he has been reborn. Oh, and he is very dangerous, and he has been birthing children as well. Now we have problems, because the Hungarians live, and they don't like us very much. There's a schism, those who follow them and those who follow him. I thought it would be interesting to learn the secrets of the Hungarians. They have done so much alchemy, called up so many things. But you see, my siblings did not approve of my investigations. They thought me unsubtle. I was punished. I was trapped here in this castle. I cannot leave it. I've been warded within this place. But I still have my means to get out, to influence things. But John's favorite has been reborn, hasn't he? He was brought back, no doubt that was Lady Ascati's doing. Probably. I hope. And so here I am, stuck away, warded, and there he is, free. Sinclair.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're obviously doing something to irritate them.
Yes, I am. You see, the great alchemists sought Sikara to find a way to purify what it is that makes us who we are, to perhaps find a stronger variant or a cure, poison, something. He did many things and he created the Glog, who once was a vampire until he was made into this. Invisible to our senses and not a lot. You see, when I heard about Sinclair from my little birds, I knew that they would be coming after me to murder me. So I needed protection, didn't I? And now I have it. I knew.
Oh, Jesus. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
No, Trooper. The Glog, Satan's tomb, that was in Sinclair's place, wasn't it?
It was referenced in Sinclair's place, yes.
He is going to... What is the Glog doing right now?
Standing guard
behind him.
Mm-hmm.
He looks at Ciro. How do you know I'm the assassin? And he looks up at the Glog. Does the Glog change stance at all? Does the Glog seem...
The Glog is watching.
They knew about it. They knew about it. They led me there. O'Rourke was there. They knew about the Glog. They knew that they were coming to get them. I'm not the assassin. They brought the Glog here.
And he is watching to see what you mean to say.
It's not me. It's the Glog. They were there. They were watching your people. The rats, they were there. And he moves to get up.
Wait.
To see if the Glog does anything.
And he holds his hand to the Glog. And he is watching between both of you, right? And there's this tense moment between both. Pisani. Father. Your man in Prague. He was supposed to do the ceremony, give my blood to the Glog. In Prague, did he? The father says he was not able to, he was interrupted. Did you give him my blood tonight? Wolf says, yes, I did. I want your man from Prague interrogated. Glog, stab yourself in the arm. Take my dagger. He hands a small dagger to the Glog. And the Glog holds his dagger and hesitates. And then stabs himself in the arm slowly. Then pulls the dagger back and gives it back to him. I suspect you're right, Archangel. Did you interrupt what was going to happen there in Prague? Was that you?
Yes.
Perhaps,
the Glog didn't attack me.
Perhaps he recognizes a fellow hunter. If you are correct that they knew about it, and all of this was a trap, I suspect the trap was in Prague. I imagine what happened was that they got one of Pisani's men and replaced my blood with one of their own. If that ceremony in Prague had gone through, then I imagine the Glog would have been their thrall and not mine. Delivered right to me, under their control.
The same man was here tonight. I saw him there.
Have divinations. I saw the danger, the assassin. Pisani, I want you to kill that man. Or bring him to me and I will eat him myself. Glog.
Can I bullshit detector Pisani?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, if possible, the other cultists that are here.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. This was the trap. I was the red herring. Yeah, so what do I need to do here?
Bullshit detector.
Do you need me to roll or just...
If you ask to use that skill, that's information gathering skill, you get the answer.
Then he turns and looks at Pisani. Who gave you the vial tonight?
He goes, I was given the vial of blood by my lord, the great Cyril.
Who else handled it?
No one handled the blood of Pisani, of Cyril Cafone. No one touched that vial. No one handled that vial.
He's lying.
He is lying. Well, he. Let me put it this way: he's not lying, but he's lying. It is true that no one handled the bottle of blood from Cyril Cafone, but you can tell that he is saying that because that is a true statement. But you know there was another vial.
He still has the vial of Cyril Cafone because no one else handled it. He was given another bottle, and that's how he's getting around it.
Yes.
And so
and you can tell he's trying to say the true thing, so you can't tell he's lying, but you know bullshit.
Then he says, and tonight you gave the blood of your master, Cyril Cafone, to the Glog.
Master, there's no need for this.
Did you?
Yeah.
And then that's bullshit, and Cyril knows it.
Yeah.
And he at this point,
that's
Archangel
when the Glog moves.
Yep.
That's when the Glog moves. I need you to roll.
Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. Everybody.
Yep.
Cue up voodoo.
If you don't mind, there is something that you noticed right before this fight begins. And you know what it is? Rats at the window.
Here we go.
Rats at the window. Please note you have fought already, so your fight is degraded by 1. But
I didn't. I refreshed before.
You did refresh. Also, you still have memories of the crypt thing.
Yep.
Yes, you do.
The one that I was going to get rid of all the way back in episode 1.
But I said you may not need to get rid of it.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to discard that now for the bonus die. I'm assuming this is
12.
Is this me trying to stop? Like, what's the Glog doing? Is it attacking me?
The Glog moves forward
Hero?
To attack both. Like, the Glog is going to murder everyone here. Most likely. The Glog is a machine of death and is currently enthralled to someone whose blood is coursing through its body. When you saw it in the crypt, it had not been given the blood. That was thwarted. And so it did not attack you. But now it has this blood, and it is not Cyril Capone's blood. It is Sinclair's.
That'll do.
You are correct. You were brought here for various reasons. They figured you would kill him if they didn't. If there were a problem. You are backup, let's say.
Let's flip the script. Alrighty, then.
Before we begin, you have one contact here who is not a combatant. Do you protect her?
Yes.
You're at -1 die, which brings you to 2.
So here's what we're gonna do. I've got fighting. We'll minus that die in a second. I've got fighting. I'm using the edge. It gives me another die. And I'm using one of my other special things, my masteries, weapons expert, +2 fighting dice.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, because this is important. When you make that note and you see the rat who sees and hears what you say, because the jig was not up yet until you exposed it, and the rat sees. And that's when the Glog is activated. By whom? Not Cyril. And the Glog raises to its full height, flushing red, and it begins to move. You were at 2. You now
I'm at
have
2.
4.
I'm at 3. I went to 5. -1 for Helen is 4.
Yes.
And I got to get to a 12, right?
Yes.
I am also going to stunt athletics, because what I would like to do here is I'm going to try to kick this motherfucker out the window right by where the rat is. He's going to literally try to bowl him over and with the knife kind of take him out before it has a chance to do anything.
Mm-hmm. I will also note there is available to you an extra problem if you.
I will let you know if I need it.
Yes, you're currently at
5.
5. You need a 12. Let us begin. As the Glog, who has embedded these alchemical bottles and holes, and you can see the pits of its eyes have a sorrow to it as it begins to move forward. And the father begins to run, and the cultists begin to scatter, and Ciro Capone begins to look at it in its eyes, and it goes, the vessel of death is immune to everything that we are, as Ciro begins to back up because he cannot fight this thing. There's only one person who can.
Quentin yells to everybody to run, but he needs for Helen to run. And so he rolls the first dice he moves to fight this thing.
5. This thing lunges at you, and it comes to reach for you. And you can see blood pouring out of its eye sockets, as it does not seem to wish to do so.
In a mirror image of what they did down into the crypt, where they were almost like forehead to forehead, he comes underneath its grasp, and out through the front of the robe bursts the Golgothus as he brings it up and punches with the handle underneath its jaw. And when he comes up beside it, he whispers where its ear, and is now just that hole, he whispers in, "I am sorry," in the language that he used before in the crypts.
Roll your second die. That's an 11. You need a 12. The Glog grabs this weapon and holds it and begins to twist as if to move this weapon out of its body. And you can see its fingers coming towards you. And it just makes a sound.
In a move that fast is too slow a word for, Archangel pulls the Golgothus out, and as it comes past his face, he kisses it in the same spot that this creature kissed the blade in the crypts. He turns, and with all of his might, almost like a Superman punch with a dagger, he leaps over one of those plush couches, taking the creature with him, and his eyes are not on the creature. He's already said he's sorry. His eyes are on the rat as he drives the creature through the window.
Roll that last die. Describe it.
He sends it on its way. And as he drives it's a thrust that's both sword driven as part of a martial attack, but also as a means of release for this creature that's obviously been in pain, that's obviously being worked against his will. There is a sympathy, an empathy in Quentin when he does this, because he knows how close he is to being this creature.
Yeah.
And he only can think, hopefully if something like this happens to me, somebody does to me what I'm doing to it. And he sends it through the window, which I'm sure has probably whatever there's probably iron panes and just thick ass glass. And he just takes it through with might that he's probably would even shock Ciro if he sees it.
Yeah.
And as he takes it through into the night air, he follows it all the way out the window to where he's almost gone. And one of those tapestries or one of those long curtains that are there, he grabs and goes out into the night with it, with the sky and the moon above him, as he takes the creature out as far as the length of this curtain will go. And then as he extracts the dagger from it, he spins and beheads the creature, sending it down as it would fall. And as he's hanging there, he looks dangling over at the rat.
The rat looks at you with intelligence far beyond any sort of creature.
Make peace with your gods, little man. You're next.
The rat jumps off the windowsill and transforms into a bat and flies away into the night, off to sea.
He hangs there and he takes the Golgothus and just almost like a Jesus Christ pose as he's still dangling over the space with the body and the head of the creature
tumbled into that well.
Yeah. And he just hangs over it for a second and allows the night to embrace him. And for the first time, he is clear.
Please read the edge you've received, plus you get a push.
Dead Glog. You destroyed the thing from the crypt. At the end of the scenario, discard to counter any one problem.
Yes. That moment of freeing this creature who was experimented upon and used to kill vampires or other vampires has freed a little bit of you. And when this is done, one of your problems you may get rid of. And you feel a hand, and it's Ciro, who pulls you back inside. There is a smell of iron in the room. And blood. A lot of blood.
I'm assuming Pisani's dead.
Pisani is dead. Ciro cannot defeat the Glog, but he can defeat Father Pisani, who is been ripped from limb to limb. And Ciro looks at you, and he says, "There are rules, you see."
Rules for who?
For us. There are not so many of us.
You can't directly attack each other.
No. It is not allowed. You could attack me. That could attack me. They must have brought you here to kill me or to kill the Glog if they could not get a hold of it. You see, I can see the future. I can sit in your dreams, and I can see the things that are to come. And I have many secrets. They don't like me so much. They find me embarrassing. And I won't be quiet. So,
I have a proposition for you, Ciro.
little mortal, what is your proposition?
You wanted a vessel of death.
Yes.
My friend, you aim too low.
Speak. No, wait. Give me permission.
Permission for what?
I want to see you.
What does he mean?
It's a good question.
What do you need revealed? I'm not letting you in my head.
Let me in your head.
Is this all subterfuge? All theater?
Bullshit detection says he's not lying to you. He wants to... you're not quite certain if he trusts you, or he wants to ensure...
I do know... Right, I do know from vampirology this is not how you create a thrall, correct? This is not how... Right.
As far as you know.
Right.
As a matter of fact,
I'm
you kind of had a sense
confident
of how he was doing it earlier, but this is not that. They usually don't ask permission as well. Let me in.
What do you want to see?
What you have not seen. I need to know how much they have upon you.
Not enough.
Let me see.
Before I do, would you like to hear my idea from a little mortal?
Go, my little mortal. Tell me.
Musil and Sons are sending you quite a bit of money.
Yeah, they work for all of us.
But you are getting quite a bit of money.
Yes, well.
I'll need quite a bit of that. You cannot attack them directly.
No.
But money has no master.
No.
I can't do it alone.
I am vulnerable here now. You know.
Mm-hmm. But they can't attack you directly.
They cannot. It's against...
Don't let anybody in.
Yes. I can tell you some things about them, if you will take them down for me.
I can't do it alone. There are others. He shows Golgotha's. This was given to me from the one before.
Yes. You know I have visions.
Tell me I'm lying.
No. But there's something still lurking here. Let me in.
And if I do, we have an accord?
You will kill them for me.
No. I'll kill them for us.
That is fair. They found me an embarrassment because I looked into the darkest of arts. But I will tell you some of their weaknesses. I will not be hidden away. Yes, let me in your mind. Your memories.
Careful what you wish for, Ciro.
I
He lets
suspect
him in.
this will hurt you more than it will hurt me. And he just
We'll
puts his
see.
hand on your head. And you remember. You have memories in your mind. You were hanging out the window. You were fighting the Glog. You brought Helen, and you noticed his eyes flicker to her. But then you're back in the memories. You're following the SUVs. You're seeing the path. You're remembering a vampire following you, and it's him. It's Ciro. He was in your dreams. It was his prophecy that you would be here. You're in the chapel, talking to your therapist. You're in Prague, and you can see all of these moments as if your whole memory is rewinding, and it pauses at moments you can tell he's looking. And then there's a stutter. and you're looking at yourself. You are also watching your memories, but you're no longer you watching them. You're someone else. You keep going back in your memories. You go forward, and you can tell that Cyril's looking for something. You hear him mutter, "No, the shadow's stronger in this one than it seems. There's more shadow here. This one, where are you? Who is hiding? Who is hiding?" And you go forward again, and you're back in the chapel, and you're talking to your therapist. But then you are your therapist, and you're talking to you, and you rewind, and you rewind, and there's something that's blocking the rewinding from happening, and there's a skip. And you are sitting in a room, on a boat, on a yacht, and you're in chains, but you are your therapist, and you are pale, and you have been bled, and you can hear the voices of Sinclair and who must be Lady Ascati, and you can hear them talking. You will go for the Glog. The Glog is dangerous. The Glog is immune to all of our powers. Our kind cannot kill the Glog, and he will go for it for protection. It's all right. We have an agent there. It will be all right. The best looked at. What about this one? That one? Well, I tire of torturing that one. Seems not so interesting anymore. Does not know enough about the Archangel or the others. The other three? Doesn't know enough. We've taken everything we can from his mind, but he still holds on. Ignorant, boring. And you see Sinclair walk up to you, look you in the eyes, and say, "Come now, don't you have anything more to tell us about the Archangel and the others? Come now. What were in your files? Tell me, speak. What do you say?"
Go to hell.
You have the soul to go to hell, little one. Doctor. Did he send you? The Archangel? Or was it one of the others?
They're gonna stop you.
Are they?
You're scared.
Not of them. You see, they don't know anything about us. None of them.
They will.
They won't learn anything. You see, I'm going to tell you a secret that I can tell you because, my dear, you're going to be dead very soon, and you'll never be able to tell him or her or any of them.
That's what you think.
You see, I will destroy all of them. And I will gain all of the power. The power of true children.
I think I'll dream for a little bit.
Will you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell them all.
You'll tell them nothing. None of them.
We'll see.
And he reaches out. And he snaps your neck.
I don't think I can wake up.
It's all right, Doc. do this together.
Were you on a boat? Was that you?
I wasn't on a boat.
They were talking. I think you're a part of my subconscious. I think I did something wrong. There's something I have to tell you. To tell them all.
It's all right, Doc. We're in this together.
I'll watch over you, Archangel. I'll watch over them all.
I don't think I can watch over you.
No, I don't think you can.
And the memories roll back, and you see yourself, the Doctor, float and seek out the Archangel, the others. And you see the Archangel sleeping. And you slide into his body. And I give you your last contact card. You have a shadow contact. The Doctor. You are haunted by him, and he is available to you. He is with you. Your shadow was not 4, it was 5, because he was there, haunting you. Many of those memories were his. Or were they yours? I don't know. And you come back, leaving that boat in his memory. But you know what? You see one thing as you, the Doctor, are moved through space and time, as Cyril Cajone shuffles through your memories or the Doctor's. The ship he's on, it's a yacht, and it's called Catherine. And Cyril says, we should speak about Lady Escadi and Sinclair the Golden Child.
Do you believe me now?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'll need help.
Yes, you will. I am stuck in this castle. But according to your doctor, there are others.
I'll find them.
Yes. Sinclair said he wants the power to create true children. Only the originals. And him, John, have that power. How did John get it? I don't know. He wasn't one of the 6. But he stole that power somehow. I suspect it's the Hungarians. If Sinclair had the power to create true children, this world as you know it would be over.
We'll stop him.
Yeah. I think you will all 4 of the seasons.
I better get looking.
Yes. For a
He puts his
Scotty.
hand out.
For a Scotty. She cares about the media. And he looks at the cloaked figure of Helen. And she just says, What about my friend? The ambassador's daughter from the memories. Oh, I did not take her. Sinclair did. Miss Scotty, them. Clearly.
Is she still alive, so to speak?
If she is, she would probably be an assigned. We would call them knights. You would call them vampires, but they're not the same as us. Your friend, O'Rourke, he's a knight as well.
For now.
For now. You should come visit me again.
Every time I need money.
Well, you'll have to get money through the cutouts. Talk to Musa. I get things indirectly, of course. There. Processes.
We'll talk more. They were going to blow the place up.
Yeah. I have some people to eat.
So do I.
Very nice meeting you, Archangel. If you ever want to become a knight, you just have to ask.
Why would I want a demotion?
No. All right, Archangel. And he picks up that glass of wine and he sniffs it. It's a good vintage. And he drinks it down. And Helen tugs at you.
See you in a year.
Yes. In a year. I will see you in my dreams.
It's getting pretty crowded in there.
Tell me, what do you do? Where do we find you? They have a yacht, or she does, the Catherine.
Can't take them yet.
No.
I would think that if Helen stays with me, then we do exactly what Ciro said. Lady Scotty likes the media. We begin to track her via that medium. But we also start to look for
the
others of like mind. The ones that would come after, but the ones that are going to come now.
The Helen...
They're needed.
Helen is going to go probably to Australia and work there. Try to get word out and research. She can't go back to London. She saw some things that she now knows are real vampires.
And just me and Robin.
It's just you and Robin. Well, and the doctor. When he comes to you, you call. She will not burn you.
I think that if there's a moment, we're not sure exactly where Archangel is, but he would be in communication with Robin, the heads-up display inside of his glasses. And as an affirmative response to a query would come through from Robin, we're not sure how much time has elapsed, but he would be at a vantage point, perhaps an urban area, and he would smile and he would say to Robin, "Yep, that's one of us."
So, we have a few things to do to end this moment. You may counter one problem because you killed the Glog.
I think because the other one is kind of attached to Zero, the castle and the vampire invading his dreams. I think he's going to counter the dark thoughts. Because I think for this moment and after this experience, he has more strength of self and the thread is clearer than it ever has been.
Dead Glog is gone. The goat path is gone. Gathering Shadows is gone because you have resolved the situation with Zero. Suspicious car is gone. Backsliding is a problem. You have to worry about that a little bit. Maltese papers you keep. Head of the game is gone. The bomber's phone will help you get to them. The client list you keep, like the back of a dead hand, is gone. You have a new contact. It's a shadow contact. When accessing the doctor, your shadow rises. You have a gift. Not one you want. Let me get it for you. Yes. A problem. I wonder what kind of problem it might be. If you would.
The problem is the one that got away. Continuity. Lady Ascati escaped. You've got another vampire to hunt down.
As you're in your perch, every once in a while you see a rat. Watching. If you dodge and are careful enough, you can avoid them, but a little too long in one space, a little bit too obvious, and the rats come and they watch you.
They give him comfort now because it means he's on the right path.
Indeed.
And he says to Robin, cue up track number 12, Redemption Song by Bob Marley.
And with that, we close the Best of Intentions. Dearest Greg, dearest best Greg ever, the phone is gone. The phone goes because they're going to drop that one. But you have the Maltese papers and the client list. I will say, Musil & Sons is later destroyed. Musil's found dead. Many of the other problems from that moment have been eliminated. They couldn't find Helen. They tried. She did not go back to London. They couldn't find you. They keep trying. But there are others. You, my friend, are a problem. Bestest Greg of all time, if you would, might you say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love.
Well, my love's easy. I'll save that for the end. But my name's Greg, Grimjack21502. I am not on social media. If you want a fun podcast to listen to, check out my son on the Awkward Pod. He's great. He and his partner talk about teenage stuff, and it's very topical and timely and intelligent discourse, and I'm super duper proud. I will tell you this. I have the love to give, of course, is never ending for my partner Trooper. As we had an absolute, I can't tell. This was one of the most fun experiences I've had as a player. I mean, I've had so many fantastic experiences as a GM, living in the 80s and things like that. But as a player, this one is going to be very tough to top. This was quite a fantastic world experience. I actually felt like I was figuring shit out, which is very seldom for me. Usually, usually I try to bullshit my way through stuff. This one I actually felt like I figured something out, which was great. But my love is always expressed for Trooper, and my love eternal for Robin. Robin, you all are the absolute best, to the point where I worried about activating Robin because I didn't want anything to happen to Robin, and subsequently you all. Thank you all so much. When you flashed up, I did not think that I was alone. I never thought that I was alone, but it was tough because Trooper's badass and he's got a world of darkness to throw at me. And Robin, a better partner there could not be. And so as I listen to Bob Marley sing Redemption Song, I can just think of the Archangel and Robin continuing the hunt. Loved it.
Let me ask you, what's next for the Archangel?
Got to form a team, Nick Fury style.
Nice. Yep. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Fascinating. Wonder who the other 3 seasons are. Well. I suppose we'll find out. You have got a friendly vampire friend.
Who would have thunk it?
Yeah. He likes to murder lots of people.
Right. He's got a well full of bones. He's not long for this world, but boy, he's going to be useful while he's still here.
Yeah. Like, Sinclair and Ascati think that he's not subtle enough. And he's too dangerous. They've trapped him in a castle. You know what I mean? He can't come and chase you because he's trapped in a castle. But let's just note that they trapped him in a castle because they find him to be dangerous.
When vampires restrict your movement, that's kind of a bad sign.
Yeah, but he's your pal. He's also a little vindictive, so
whatever. This whole thing was just fantastic. I mean, this was great. This was so much fun. So
I actually have a question for you that I wanted to bring up because we hadn't talked about it. You got some combat in today.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about your thoughts on that.
You mean it's the system?
Yes.
Mechanically, again, everyone will know that I have expressed it a lot. For someone that doesn't like a fighter, I end up playing fighters quite a bit. I mean, I love wizards. Wizards are where I can do my biggest bullshit. And but anywho, or that type of character, I feel the most comfortable, and I've told Trooper this a million times, and I'm sure I've mentioned it, playing fighters in a world with Trooper, because I know that any type of combat we have is going to be a story. It's going to be a story in a story. It's going to be a scene of a play. It's going to be, and I love that shit so much because we're not sitting there, and I'm not, and it's a system too. It's the systems that Trooper picks, because I'm not sitting here rolling and it's I love getting a nat 20 more than anybody else. I don't want to belittle any other system at all. That's not my intention. My intention though is when we can sit there and back and forth the roll of the first die, I haven't made it yet, but how's that play out so far? The roll of the second die. Okay, you're almost there, but how's that playing out in the scene? That's super duper fun to me. It's exciting. It's intriguing. It's what that's my number one favorite thing to do in RPGs. And I mean, I love the system. I love the way it goes down. And whether it's as Oscar or as the Archangel fighting, it's a blast in your worlds, my friend.
I was really excited to see if we would get some comics. I didn't know if you would or not, because I was like, well, Zero has had a vision that you were coming to murder him. You were coming. That's partly what you were doing there, because they know that he has premonitions, right? So they needed an assassin who was not their assassin, but maybe you'd kill him.
It was a hell of a good plan.
Yeah.
It was a really good plan. They used me as a torpedo, like a Trojan horse to kind of come in and dominate his thoughts. And he thought his own plan was working.
Yep.
As soon as I realized, I was like, holy shit, that's not the Glog, it's the weapon. The
Yep.
Glog is the...
Yep. Because
that's one of my favorite moments in RPGs, when my dim bulb screwed in and I was like, the Glog.
right, because they're like, how are we going to get the Glog in there? Right? We can't. We need him to bring it in. But if he uses his blood to thrall the Glog, then we can't control the Glog. And he has premonitions. He's got the ability, because he's basically been using magic that he's been like studying from the old Hungarian line. So they know that he can see things. So like we need to be able to like distract his thoughts and like, well, we have...
They minority reported this shit.
They did. They did. They did.
They
did. And they're like, we'll just go. And you did mess them up though, right? Because they're like, we need to swap the blood, right? And you messed them up in Prague. And they're like, okay, well, we can fix this. Like, we can fix this, right? But yeah. Yep. Oh my gosh. And I'm TrooperSJP. Woo! And I was gymming this, and I was having a very good time gymming this. I was so good. And I'm gonna go and make those cards up, and I was like, ooh, I wonder if you're gonna go and like find out about, you know, the doctor. He's dead. He's not alive anymore. But he saw, and like his memories are now kind of your memories and vice versa, right? So yeah. And I was like, oh,
super fun moment getting to play the doctor, by the way.
I was so excited to play Archangel. I was like, oh, I'm so excited. This is so good. This was so fun. I want to thank Pelgrane Press for making such a cool system, and I'm very excited for whatever may come next, by the way, with all of that. And so I want to thank everybody who's donated. Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody who's been here. I want to especially thank Willen, who was our sponsor for the month. And I want to thank Pelgrane Press. I want to thank especially Greg Grimjack for being amazing and setting up some things that are going to come down the pike later. Some things. You know what kind of things. Some things. It's all about scheduling. I imagine we will return with more Seasons of Death to try to stop that vampire conspiracy. My friends, take care of yourselves. Be well. Go drink some blood, wine, water, whatever you want. And, watch out for evil vampires, because they are, and right now, he can see you. He can see you. He can see you, Robin. There will be more. We will see you all later. Take care, everybody. And ciao. Watch out for vampires.